What's good, everyone? This is just a short video. It's not a stream necessarily, just giving an update about what's been happening in Burkina Faso. So, of course, Traore, the current guy, right, the captain, Traore over there, you can see him there right in the middle of the screen that I'm sharing right now. He took control after the first um, coup attempt, right, in Burkina Faso. The reason why he claims he took control is because even after Sir Henry took control, right, the previous coup leader, aka the previous junta, took over, there was no better peace and security. Burkina Faso, right, reportedly has been experiencing a lot of Islamic jihadism, right, terrorism since around 2015. It's really exponentially increased. So, of course, a lot of people have died. Some reports say over 16,000 people have died since that time. So, of course, peace and stability in this region is of key for the people that live there, right? You've got Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso. This whole area has a lot of Islamic jihadist groups over here. So, of course, peace, security is of utmost importance. Anyways, so recently, right, just a couple of days ago, reports have been flying in saying that 3 soldiers have been arrested in Burkina Faso in connection with an attempted coup plot. So if that's the case, now these soldiers have been named, right? We do have the soldiers being named, and apparently they have actually accepted to the charges that have been brought against them, right? So these are the soldiers over there. So you got Warrant Officer Windler, I can't pronounce his name, Kabore. It's there. You guys can see it. You also got Sergeant Bryce Ismail Ramde. You can see it there as well. And of course, you got a former corporal, Samida, right? That definitely sounds like a Korean name, Samida. But anyways, so these guys, the people they're claiming are 3 soldiers who have been in connection with this coup attempt, right? And again, who had previously been convicted in a plot against the state in 2015. So clearly, what's happening here is they're using people that already had troubles with the state in a previous time. So I don't know what they promised them in order to do this. Now, these soldiers over here, obviously, they're not the leaders of the coup, right? The leaders of the coup tend to be civilians and high-ranking officers, and none of these officers here tend to be high-ranking. And of course, the civilian who's in charge of this, we haven't really got the names of them yet, but we do know that there are other like higher ranking people over here. So it says those behind it, they said, right? This is what the people that were arrested, aka the soldiers, were civilians and a lieutenant. So the civilians would be people within what we call the civil service, right? We're talking about high ranking officers, I mean governors, people in the parliament, etc. So those are the people really in charge of this, right? And a lieutenant colonel named Emmanuel Zungrana. Now, whether all this is true, we don't know. Those 3 soldiers may have been told to say whatever they are going to be told once they're caught, etc. And the thing is, right? Questions are, right? Who is behind this coup attempt against Traore? Right? Is Traore really making Burkina Faso safer? We really don't actually have numbers on whether Islamic terrorism has reduced in Burkina Faso. People are being hopeful with Traore, comparing him to Thomas Sankara, but personally, I haven't seen any indication that this leadership has actually, let's say, decreased the number of deaths, right, death tolls, or just increased the safety overall in this country. We don't really have the numbers, but people in general feel a bit more optimistic than the previous guy who was in control of Burkina Faso. So, namely, the guy who was the first coup leader against the previous government, and again, in the last couple years, I believe his name is, yeah, it's just around here for a second. Give me a second, guys. I'm just making sure that I don't butcher the guy's name because these Sahelian names are very difficult to pronounce, right? Yeah, here it is, right? Colonel Paul Henry Sandaogo, right? Damida. That was the previous coup leader, right? The previous junta was ruled by, or rather, the junta was ruled by this guy previously, and then Traore is the one who just came in like a year ago and reestablished the new junta over there. Now I don't know, right? This area is very unstable. There's very a lot of different actors acting in this area to make sure that they don't get the peace and stability that they need in order to grow and develop. But the question everybody should be asking is, well, has Traore done anything yet? Has he actually decreased terrorism, right? As Yeah, that's the question everybody should be asking. Because if you don't ask these questions, then there's really no point in what we're doing at all here, right? Let me ask. Yeah, so let's see. Burkina Faso, political upheaval, counterterrorism. Let's see, because yeah, it's violent extremism in Sahel. That's part of the conversation. Why we actually even um we're making this video, right? And there's a lot of yeah, a lot of reports. Now, anyways, let me share my screen again. We're gonna see if we can dig deeper and do a little bit of a slight deep dive about what's going on in Burkina Faso, because everybody's so focused on France that they're not really focused on, well, is there peace and security in these countries, right? Are they actually moving towards stability, or are they just moving aside from France, right? For me, I want to see if things are moving towards the right direction. And to me, the right direction is peace, stability, and security in these regions. Otherwise, just getting rid of France doesn't do enough for me. Anyways, let me share my screen. This is just some updates on some news that have come out recently. Last update was the 8th of August, right? Um, yeah, so August, I believe that's the 2023. So I'm going to share my screen. We can read through it, right? So this is from August. We're now in September. But let's see. Cool. So it says Burkina Faso, at least 20 dead in an attack by suspected jihadists, right? Let's see. For the taking on the third. No, this is 2018's, right? So yeah, one second. I need to make sure that I'm sharing something relevant. Sorry about that. Let me just remove this for a second. I didn't verify the time just yet, because sharing old, irrelevant information will be very bad. Yeah, just very bad. Yeah, let me just do an overall extremism, right? Just to give a background. I think that might be a better place to start in general for those who don't really know much about this area. Okay, so we're looking at an article. All right, I'll share the screen where this article can be found, and anyone who wants to, background research check can actually click on it. It is shared on the chat there. So background. Let's go get it. Right, spanning the area from Sahel to Eritrea, situated between the Sahara to the north and the African tropics to the south. The Sahel region has long faced severe complex security and humanitarian crises. Since gaining independence in the 1960s, many countries in the Sahel have experienced violent extremism due to the confluence of weak and illegitimate governments or governance, right? Economic decline, and the worsening effects of climate change, right? So with the climate change situation, what's happening is, of course, it's more than just climate change. It's more of interaction between the local herders and the farmers and the landowners. So of course you have some tribes like Fulani Tuareg based tribes who are more nomadic. And if these tribes are going to travel between areas looking for pastures for their animals, either camels or cows, etc., this will cause a lot of issues. So some of the violence in the Sahel region is actually heavily influenced by the lack of green pastures and water oases for the animals to drink and for their culture to still be continuance. And of course, when you look at these countries, right, you look at the Sahel, specifically, you look at the map there, right? You can see it on the bottom left of the screen. You got Mali, you got Niger, you got Chad, and of course you got Burkina Faso and other countries there, right? This whole area is characterized by so many tribes that are within different borders. Now, of course, these tribes have always been having that nomadic lifestyle. So, of course, they're not going to just stop it because, hey, we have a concept of nation state. And since the 60s, we've had these nation states called as Mali, Chad, or Burkina Faso. That doesn't change the mindset of the pastoralists, right? So, meaning, because of the growing change, or rather growing lack of green areas as well as oases, right, water pockets, this is actually also helping fuel a lot of violence and instability, or as others say, insecurity, right? Why? Because it's simple. These people want to be able to feed the animals, and if they're not able to feed the animals, realistically, what happens is, of course, you have a situation of uh, violence, right? Because that's their livelihood. At the end of the day, as I mentioned, a lot of these tribes haven't fully integrated to what we call modern Western um, economic economic situations, right? They're still practicing their own traditional ways of life. So that's one of the reasons why we have the instability in that region. Jeanette says the countries have peace, but we still wait. Jeanette, you can't just say stuff, right? Okay, you got to provide the facts, right? Click the link, right? There's a link there because this is what you guys have to stop, right? Click the link, it's there, right, in the back chat. You don't have to come into the show. Post recent information whether the country has peace. You can't just say it has peace when you haven't provided evidence. I want to see the reports that say peace is better or uh, anything, right? Just give evidence. You just cannot say stuff. The country has peace, but we know that CIA will do and French Secret Service. Traore is loved by most people in Africa and outside. Someone being loved does not mean there's peace in the country. His killing is a lot of terrorists is actually winning. Show me the evidence, right? The link is there. Like, show me research or some kind of reports that's actually claiming this because otherwise, you guys are just African babbling around, and that's not really it's not really how the world works, right? Yeah. So, anyways, yeah. So if you can find me an article, I would appreciate it. Otherwise, that is a hearsay, right? We do look for actual evidence when we're not in a troll mode. Anyways, let's go ahead. Cool. So, anyways, so let me continue reading this to give people a basic background on what's been going on in the Sahel, right? Cool. So I was here, right? Worsening effects of climate change, violence, conflict, and crime have surged over the last decade, transcending national borders. That's why I mentioned earlier, right? If you look at the bottom left, you can see the countries there, the tribes, some of them which have been linked into some of these Islamic terrorism and other violence is Tuareg, and obviously some of the Fulani tribes, the Shua Arabs, etc. Certain tribes tend to be the ones more involved in these insurgencies, etc. Why? Because they're more linked to Islam. Crimes have surged, right? Transcending national borders and posing significant challenges to countries both in and out the region. Okay. The epicenters of violence and humanitarian disasters are in the Liptako, Goma, and Lake Chad basin sub-regions, right? So anything around that Lake Chad region, that's where a lot of violence is happening now. Anyways, do you watch news from Burkina Faso? Janet, it's not my job, right, to go and do research on a claim that you've made, right? So no, I'm at the moment we're not gonna tell people that that's actually happened. Liptako Goma is the central Sahel in the borderlands of Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger. Current instability is associated with the collapse of the Libyan state. You see what I mean here, right? In 2011, Libya was one of the more peaceful, successful African states, right? That had a high standard of living. They had a highly productive economy, right? Over there, etc. So Libya was actually doing extremely well. Um, but of course, as the Kakunas, right, or the Oyibos, and anyone else who supported them, right, the American army, military, as well as United Nations, right, they kind of stood there and did nothing. When these people took over Libya, a lot of stuff happened. They started trading African slaves, of course. We know which African slaves they were trading. They were trading Somalis, right? At unfortunately, right, being selling them in that situation. So this is one of the issues that keeps happening over here, right? We Africans allow certain things to happen. We support these Western companies, military companies, to come in and give us freedom, right? And while giving us freedom, some of us get enslaved, unfortunately, and that's the issue. That's what happened, right? That's exactly what happened. Anyways, let's keep going. Which led to the so it has current instability associated with the collapse of the Libyan state in 2011, which led to the proliferation of weapons, right, and armed fighters in the region. Of course, it did, right? Because hey, there's people linking American standard issue weapons that came in to help the jihadists take control of Libya. So all of this stuff is related with, of course, democracy and the American hegemony, bringing in weapons, right? Allegedly, although there was standard issue American weapons with serial numbers, right? Those were confirmed by some people in some ways, right? So, anyways, they brought in weapons in there, gave it to the jihadists. The jihadists took control of Libya, uh, as well as other tribes, of course, not just jihadists. And that's how we got this whole issue that we have. Anyways, the influx of extremists into northern Mali reignited the dormant Tuareg rebellion. See, I told you guys about the Tuareg as well, because You see, when the Europeans created these borders, of course, they didn't really care whether they're kind of creating borders based on tribal nation states. So some of these tribes, for example, Tuareg, similar to Somalis, they believe they want to unify their whole group of Africans in that whole region. In this case, Sahel of Africa, right? They're in Mali, right? There's presence of them in even Chad, Niger, etc. They're all around that area there, and also parts of North Africa. So for them, they want to unify and they want to create like a Tuareg nation. So the Tuaregs are rebelling in several different countries because they don't actually acknowledge these nation states as what they are, right? Because guess what? They have their own traditional way of life. These are pastoralists. They want to go there and maintain their way of living. They don't want to be prevented from doing that by other people. Anyways, let's go ahead, right? 2012, which had previously surfaced in 1963, 1990, and 2006. So representing only 10% of Malian population, right? So they're around 10% of Malian population. You say only, but that's a huge population still. The Tuareg people organized under the National Movement for Liberation of Azawad, right? National, right? Movement for Liberation for Azawad, right? Yeah, I would have responded to that, but I was just like, nah, I can't even respond to that. It's people telling me I want people to fail low. Anyways, sought an autonomous state, right? So as I said, guys, if you're looking at this, right, you guys, someone's asked before, well, guys, why did you just accept the borders as they were? Because you guys could have you could have changed the borders. No, African Union came together, and they actually set out a mission statement to preserve the colonial borders as they were. Why would they do that? Simple, because these were leaders who had created nation states, right? If everyone starts trying to redraw their maps, the African Union believed that it would have taken decades, if not another 100 years, for there to be some sort of stability, right? And that's even, and when you have instability, the issue is there's a lack of growth because everything is being destroyed, rebuilt, destroyed, rebuilt. So there's no forward projection, or at least it's minuscule compared to everyone else, right? At the end of the day, growth is comparative to your neighbors. So if your neighbors are growing exponentially and you're growing only incrementally, then clearly there is no growth. And that's the point here. So yeah, the Tuareg population don't believe in the colonial borders, and a lot of them, of course, are Muslim. So of course they are going to get funded sometimes by Islamic insurgencies. And you see, there's multiple different actors in the Sahel, and this is why we stated this before, right? People claim that Saudis and UAE are here. Yes, they are here. We can do a deep dive later on to what extent, right? But they tend to support these people by allowing them to build banking networks, right? Legitimate banking networks, and allowing them obviously to trade in munitions and other things, right? So that's how these people actually involve themselves, right? 60 seconds of Kaiser going full communist. Now, I'm definitely not communist, Kit Astro, right? Like, I'm not any of these ists. Anyways, let's continue. So the Tuareg people, organized under the National Movement for Liberation of Azawad, right, sought an autonomous state and aligned themselves with multiple Islamic groups, including Al-Qaeda and Islamic Maghreb Akim, right? The movement for unity and jihad in West Africa. You see, the Tuaregs don't care about jihad, right? They don't care about re-establishing the Islamic Caliphate. At least that's not their primary concern. But those are the people they've aligned themselves to, and those are the people that are giving them weapons in order to fight for what they believe is their right to establish their own state, right? Where they're not being cucked by the Malian or Nigerian or Burkina or Chad government, right? They want freedom for their people. That's what they're fighting for. Let's go ahead, right? The movement for unity and jihad in West Africa, right? Mujao and Ansar Dine to push government forces out of the north. Then President Amadou Toumani Touare was deposed in March 2012. Coup by the army, right? We're talking about Mali over here, right? The coup in Mali in 2012. All these Sahelian countries, the current things that's happening are all linked, right? I'm just making that clear to everybody listening. So yeah, the then president of Mali, right, Amadou Toumani Touare, was deposed in March 2012 by the army. which disapproved. Now, here's again, right? A lot of people obviously just think things just happen, right? Coup just happens, the army comes and take control. Well, that's part of the story, but the army is not going to take control just like that. There's usually actors, most of the time civilians, right? High ranking ministers who actually orchestrate the coups so that they can still maintain a certain power and control over the nation. It's very rare that it's the actual military elites, unless that military elite already is well versed in civilian discourse, right? They already understand some legal aspects, they understand how some basic stuff. We're talking about people like Kagame, for example, right? So that's the thing. Okay, so let's continue. Which disapproved the government's failure to suppress rebellion. The consequent collapse of state institutions in the north enabled MNLA to capture the regional capital of Gao, right? So MNL, you guys remember these because they're gonna start using this crazy weird. So that's basically the Tuareg, right? MNL, right? If you see MNL, Tuareg. If you see AQ, some Islamic thing, and then Mujao again, just some West African Islamic thing, right? So the Tuaregs, right? So let's go ahead. Let's go ahead. Like I keep saying, you guys, all these coups happening, they're not just simply one way. Because if you're taking it from the African perspective, it's all about freedom against France. No, it's not. Freedom against France is one but very small participation in this whole thing. This is about tribalism. It's about Islamic jihadism, right? AKA, you have people from Saudis and UAE who are funding these groups, right? You got the Americans as well, most likely funding some of these groups too, since as we noted, right, the beginning of this violence, or rather the exponential, the rupture of this violence was in 2011, right? Actually, 2012. You see how everything is linked, right? Libya gets deposed, then of course it runs off into Mali as well in 2012, right, where the president gets deposed, right, Amadou. So all of this, it's being characterized by Western influence, Eastern influence, right? Well, not Eastern, I guess. I'm talking about Saudis and UAE, and the French element is albeit very small, right? I'm just saying, you guys are so focused on the French, you don't actually understand how this whole system functions, right? You're not getting the geopolitics of power that's being played over here. Anyway, let's keep going. The then president Amadou Toumani Traore was deposed in March 2012, coup by the army, which disapproved of the government's failure to suppress the rebellion. So as you can see, guys, right, that's what the coup claims. It took control. It was never about France, right? It was about the government failing. Right now, you may have had French troops in there who were supposed to be contracted to reduce the Islamic terrorism, but the reality is the government was failing to reduce it. Right, the military felt that the government wasn't equipping them with enough ammunitions, with enough protection, enough equipment, and enough manpower in order to curb this. Right. Anyways, let's keep going. The consequent collapse of the state institution in the north enabled the Tuareg to capture the regional capital of Goa, Kidal, and Timbuktu. Right, so that's what happened immediately after. Right, so the Tuaregs came in and they captured those areas. Right, independent state. Okay, cool. The group had declared the independent state of Azawad, right, in northern Mali by April. The Tuareg quickly split from Al Qaeda and other allied Islamic groups in June, following their attempt to impose Islamic law and declare an Islamic caliphate over the northern territory. So shout out to the Tuareg. They were like, thank you, Islams, for maybe participating in this, but we don't really want to live in an Islamic reality, right? Habibi says Tuaregs, aka Mali's people, getting cucked everywhere across the Sahel. It's kind of crazy, man. Yeah. Anyways, after a period of relative calm, the crisis deteriorated in January 2013 as Akim, right? That's the Islamic thing over there, and Mujao, another West African Islamic thing, and Ansar Dine pushed further south to capture Kona in central Mali. In August, Mali transitioned back to civilian-led government under Ibrahim Boubacar Keita. Shout out to him, man. Keita, isn't that Mal's second name? Which later signed, right? So this is what happened, right? In 2013, all these groups were there taking control, but in August, Mali finally transitioned to civilian government, right? which later signed a peace agreement with the coalition of Tuareg independence group, including the MNLA in 2015. Right, the coalition excluded Islamic organizations, which quickly took advantage of the agreement to expand their control. Spreading further into central Mali and neighboring Burkina Faso and Niger, Liptako Goma had since become a hotbed for violent extremism in the Sahels, right? So that's what's been happening. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Noble attacks, right? Targeting the Radisson Blue Hotel in Mali, the Splendid Hotel in Burkina Faso, and l'Hôtel du Sud Hotel in Ivory Coast in 2015 and 2016 demonstrate the extent of the Islamic threat to the Sahel and West Africa. In September 2016, the Islamic State in the Greater Sahara surfaced in Burkina Faso, right? You can see a lot of these just random Mickey Mouse Islamic terrorism groups are just popping up, right? And you're wondering, well, where are they coming from? Who's funding them, right? They're just random new news, recruiting young men who don't have jobs. And obviously, most of those fighters don't care about the belief system of Islam, right? It's more about, hey, listen, I don't have a job. I'm a young man and I need to work. And I need to pay bills or whatever it is, etc. So let's go. And in 2017, several Al Qaeda, now we talk about the big baddies, right? Al Qaeda affiliates merged to form Jamaas at Nusrat al Islam wal Muslimin, right? They just keep creating a lot of Mickey Mouse different groups here, man. This is crazy. The emergence of the another Islamic group, and that one, as well as often continuous, occasionally cooperative relationship between the two, have intensified violence in the Sahel. Both of these Islamic groups have pushed further south in Goma, threatening the security of West Africa's relatively stable coastal states. This one, right, Islamic group JN, has more recently gained control over territory in northern and central Mali, whilst the other one, right, Islamic group, has been confirmed to northern Burkina Faso and West Niger due to clashes with the other one, right? So these Islamic groups, it doesn't really matter which one is which. It doesn't matter for us at any meaningful level. All we know is just that there's a lot of Islamic groups that are out here fighting each other, right? And all these groups, the issue is if they unify and under one Islamic caliphate, that might be over for West Africa, right? If these guys unified under one Islamic caliphate, under one leader, like they did when they took over, Europe, right? When they took over Spain and Portugal and went through Morocco, Muslims might be coming back and taking over West Africa. I'm not gonna lie, man. It seems like there's a lot of different Islamic terrorist groups functioning in West Africa, a lot more than in East Africa. I think we only have like 2 or 3 in East Africa, right? You got Al-Shabaab and some other Mickey Mouse ones in Uganda and Mozambique, really. Kitastro says Splinter Cell. That's literally the theory on how to run a distributed terrorist organization. Yeah, that sounds good. That sounds good. The question is, Kit Astro, is are these groups aligned to the same organization at leadership, or is it just like a decentralized network of groups that just want any form of Islamic control? I don't know which one is more dangerous, to be honest, or powerful, because the whole point of the Splinter Cell is if something gets destroyed, it doesn't destroy the whole network, right? Everything runs semi-independently to kind of create chaos until they reestablish order themselves, right? Over there. Anyways, violent extremism in Lake Chad Basin at the intersection of Cameroon, Chad, Niger, and Nigeria prevailed in the same period with the reemergence of Boko Haram in northern Nigeria, founded by Mohammed Yusuf in northeastern Nigeria in 2002. Boko Haram was forced underground in 2009 after Nigerian police forces killed over 700 members, including Yusuf, during a raid that July. Okay, shout out to the Nigerians at least trying to curb Islamic terrorism. Remaining members dispersed to Afghanistan, Algeria, Chad, northern Mali, Niger, and Somalia. Okay, so Somalia has Boko Haram members. Interesting. That's crazy. They have the same ideology, not controlled by the head org, but the head org knows where they are and can regain control of them if needed. Okay, that's interesting, right? If that's the case, then that might be quite useful, K Astro. In June and August 2011, Boko Haram indicated its more expansive and aggressive strategy by launching suicide attacks. So now they started launching suicide attacks, right? Copying Al Qaeda and other more established Islamic terrorist groups attack situations on police and the United Nations headquarters in Abuja, Nigeria. The group gained international notoriety following the abduction of 276 girls. Yeah, that's insane, right? I don't know how you guys got, bro, they kidnapped more than 275 six girls. They kidnapped 276 girls and like 1,000 boys or something, right? But you guys only focus on some girls being kidnapped. It's insane. Anyways, the town of Chibok, Nigeria, giving rise to the global Bring Back Our Girls movement in 2014. I remember Obama's wife was part of that movement, right? Really pushing it forward. Remember, they never said bring back our boys. Okay. You see how these movements are insane? In 2015, Boko Haram pledged allegiance to the self-proclaimed Islamic State and rebranded as Islamic State in West African province. A splinter faction of the original Boko Haram was active until 2021. The Islamic State of West Africa killed its leader, absorbed its territory, and relegated its members to a remote island in Lake Chad. The Islamic West African Boko Haram thing had since established control of northeast Nigeria and parts of Niger. Right, so that's what's happening over there. Anyways, guys, the link is on the chat if you do want to join in. I won't be staying here too long today, etc. Right, I'm just mostly just trying to do like a background on this whole Islamic insurgency, as well as why there's so many coups. You guys had this idea that it's because of France. No, France is a very small reason for this coups, right? It's relevant, but it's not the reason at all. These coups are happening because of the insurgencies of Islamic terrorism, insecurity of the people that live there. And the military did not go there because they hated France. The military took control because the government that was working there didn't give them enough support, aka ammunition, military equipment, in order to fight back against these terrorist groups. Now, the civilians, right? The civilians leaders who are in charge of these coups, they would have wanted to get rid of France. Right now, they were looking at it from more of a trans-economic, self-sufficiency, being able to control your own fate. But the actual military personnel were taking over for their own reasons, which is, do we have enough equipment? Do we have enough strategy? What's going on? Are we being supported by the central government, as opposed to the central government just kind of not doing its job? What's good, Al? I don't know if you want to chip in yet. Let me know.
No, good afternoon. No, I'm just going to listen to it for the meantime. I just started joining.
Okay, thanks. Cool, guys. So let's go ahead, right? Because I want to make sure that at least on this channel, we may have the dustiest shows, but we also have the highest IQ shows, making sure we actually look at all the angles, not just focusing on one angle. And just kind of relating it to France, right? That's not accurate at all. Anyways, let's continue a little bit to get more background research over here.
That's right.
Yeah, so I'll read one more paragraph, then I'll open it up to the panelists who want to add. Experts attribute the expansion of violent extremism in the Sahel persistently. Okay, no, let me just summarize everything, because we're not going to go through this whole document, right? I read it before, but I like to obviously have the information here. This whole stuff exploded once Libya was taken control over. That's step number one. Once Libya fell, Libya actually, those reports, there's video evidence, pictures, as well as serial number weaponry given by the United States government. We also know the Secretary of State, Hillary Clinton, was involved in the downfall of Libya, including Obama, actually. We also know that once Libya fell, that everything became crazier, because now the jihadists, who were actually the people fighting against the current government regime at that time, of course, their weapons, their distributed networks, all that information trickled into these other areas. We also know that Islamic terrorists have been working with the tribes, such as the Tuareg people, in order to obviously establish some control. All of that instability, tribalism, obviously climate change, based on the fact that the Tuareg want to be able to have their own state, them saying that they don't acknowledge the colonial borders, all of that trickles down into what we're seeing here today. So the whole France thing, that's only a small component. That's, I would say, it is where the civilian coup leaders were attributing. But anyways, guys, the panel is open up to the panelists. What's good, everyone? Everyone can begin their opening statement and what they think so far. Let's get it.
Yeah, I will let I'll let you Nigel go first. As we are on the road, so we just can't make our way down.
Okay, go ahead, Niger. I don't know if you're ready to contribute. Oh, it's probably too high IQ for him at the moment. Caesar, brother, what's good, brother? Here's what they say, Caesar. When I make a show that's too low IQ, they complain. When it's too high IQ, they've got nothing to say. But what's good, Caesar?
So I only caught the back end when you started reading this article. However, like my comment on this so far is something I've thought for quite some time. I think that this extremism issue that's going on in West Africa or the Sahel region, I mean, even if I want to be extremely, polite conservative, I'd probably just say that, look, these are people who are not very educated, and the only tool that they can probably use for some kind of revolution is Islam, because, I mean, that's like the main ideology they're aware of. And tribalism is not as effective, I think, because Hausa is probably the majority in most of the Sahel, at least in West Africa. The Hausa is the majority tribe, and they can't pull that off. So all these other minority groups, tribalism is not an effective tool. Not everyone's Igbo, so they're going to have to use religion as kind of as this unifying factor. It's just from what I've seen, at least in West Africa, I don't think the government's response to this, because the governments are also using Islam as kind of like a controlling technique. I don't see this extremism getting any better, honestly. Personally, I don't. I think it's going to get worse. Because this is the rhetoric you see even being done during election period in the government. Oh, we have to vote for Muslims only. It's a jihad. The politicians are saying it. The extremists are saying it. I think the politicians are also extremists. There's a lot of people that think that there are elements in the government that are funding these extremist groups, which is obvious, obviously, right? So I don't see West Africa getting any better with this kind of stuff unless they start bombing these people, which they don't want to do.
Yeah, Yossi, do you want to turn off your mic quickly before so I can bring you back in? Generally, I don't like people being on cammed up when I'm streaming. But yeah, no, shut up, man. I'm definitely seeing, because once we really look at the whole situation, how things unfolded from the fall of Libya in 2011 to the Mali coup in 2012, a lot of us were so optimistic about anti-French sentiments, which is what was projected by the civilian leaders of the coup, right? But the actual people in the military, they were cooing because they were tired of being underserved, right, by the government, right? Poor quality weaponries, bad strategy, and sometimes they even felt that the government civilian workers were working with the terrorist groups in so many ways. So that is a seriously scary situation when you look at this, right? Situation. France is not the only issue. You got Al Qaeda involved right now, who is actually funding these networks and these cells. And they're all connected. Even if you look at Janjaweed in Sudan, this is not an accident. All these countries at the same time having multiple splinter cells operating within each of these nations. You're having coups, you're having civil wars, civil discourse, right? There's so many actors here, and I've already just mentioned a few. Americans started it by issuing jihadist weaponry to fight against the Libyan legitimate state. That trickled down into weaponry given to the Malians and the Tuareg, who then joined with some Islamic terrorist group in order to get their so-called Tuareg independent state. Then also, if you go to Sudan, right, you have the Janjaweed. You guys call them Rapid Support Forces, right? RSF. They've also been working. They have banks in UAE under their organizations, and that's how they're getting funding, etc. So a lot of these people are all linked. But anyways, let's open up to UFC and Mal as well.
Kaiser, one more thing. I just want to stress, like, this brand, this extremism, it's not coming. I don't think it's comes from. It's not indigenous to West Africa. It's coming from the outside, obviously, right? It's not coming from West Africa. This kind of violent extremism.
Right. Oh, it's nothing to do with West Africa. What happened is, as I mentioned, when Libya fell, what happened is, of course, that those jihadist groups that were given those weapons, right? I can show you right now. This is not. I'm not making it up. This is they had American standard issued weaponry with serial numbers. When Libya fell, the weaponry then obviously came down into these other splinter cells, which again were created. These are non-organic organizations created, funded by, again, UAE, Saudis, and the West. But yeah, go ahead, UFC.
I think you already answered it. When Libya failed, that was when everything opened up for them to do whatever they are doing right now.
So are we
I
saying
think
that Niger was right from the beginning?
Africa would
Am
have
I saying to
absolutely,
Niger was right?
yeah. And
Security is
some of us,
Africa's
including
biggest
my,
problem.
some of course, including myself, I did allow CNN and the rest to brainwash me. I was even happy when they killed Gaddafi, but I later sat down and think about what just happened, and I realized that I was a big fool for even support the West in that kind of action, because Libya going down was just a way to open, to Africa. Because if you look when Gaddafi was around, all these military base we have in Africa now, they were none way back then. You understand me? Because he took care of those North Africa region, and they were, at least, yes, there were issue of terrorism, but they were very small in numbers. But immediately he fell, then it was it opened up for everyone to do whatever they want. This is a sad situation. I heard there's serious issue in Mali. I don't know. I've not read, but I'm seeing people talking about it on Twitter. I don't know what is going on there. Hazel, can you hear me?
Ask Aphrodemos. Ask Aphrodemos and St. James. Did you remember them and the
Okay.
conversation we had?
Can I get that from me?
Who is that? Somebody
Niger,
was talking.
Niger, you are
Yeah,
right.
hi.
You see, what's up to Niger? You are right. I acknowledge you as being correct. Without security, I still disagree with where we should focus things, right? Because it means me, but you are right. Security seems to be the biggest thing that Africa struggles for. You are right
Yeah.
tonight, though.
I'm glad you have come round to seeing it somewhat like I do. Um, because everything else is a failure, isn't it?
To Niger,
Yeah.
one thing that our current president said, I think I kind of agree with him on that. He said Nigeria should invest more in the intelligence side instead of the manpower side, because when you invest in the intelligence side, when you get information, you quickly deal with it immediately. There's no need of having a very large manpower on ground. I think I kind of
Oh
agree.
God.
Let's invest more on intelligence gathering and all those things.
It should
Oh
work. It
God.
should work together. They should be,
I
you
don't
know,
I
you know.
don't I don't understand it why people always like to see things as one side. It's like saying let's have one leg and let's not have the second leg. They all
Yeah,
work together. Intelligence is not going to take care of itself. Intelligence, somebody needs to be there. Israeli Mossad is one of the most effective in the world, and yet look at their military. So I've looked at this anyway. There is only one structure: large intelligence, large security, large police. That's what gives you security. The whole architecture works together. You have to protect your intelligence, and to action your intelligence, you have to be there. And so that's what the military does. So it's just you can't. It's hard to escape. We are not. It's not like we have one structure that is solid. Not one. The entire thing is like a joke. It's like they are designing not to function. So you have to design it to function. And all of them, I see your point about intelligence. Intelligence services, they provide security for a nation. If you look at it pound for pound, they are the most potent ones. You see what I
Yeah.
mean? So that is what he means. It doesn't mean you still don't need the manpower. So the manpower definitely is essential because you have to be able to action. You can. There's no use knowing what is going to happen and just watching it on CCTV camera happen,
No,
and you can't
I
do
mean,
anything.
you can send your small squad to go there and neutralize those people.
Yeah, but the
Just
squad
as,
need to be in a distance that they can get to quickly.
you are right. Right, I agree. I
Wait a
agree.
minute, we already know where Boko Haram is. We just need the willpower to go defeat. They're in Sabisa Forest. We all know where they are. One of the Muslim clerics, he went to go interview them. I mean, we saw the video. You can look it up. One of the Muslim clerics in northern Nigeria went to go interview them. He told us that they respect him. Blah 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 blah. The army should have been sent in the next day to chop their heads off.
You are right, but the country where you live in, they won't allow Nigeria to rest. They will use a human rights violation to black.
Don't blame the USA for Nigeria not getting rid of Boko Haram.
Don't you know? what was the reason why they didn't sell weapons to Nigeria? They said Nigerian military were engaged in human rights
Wow,
violations.
that's a major deflection. We know where they are.
And you believe that's the reason? The
That's
reason
a
is
major
leaders are useless. They can't defend themselves.
If you make me president, I'll bomb that whole forest in 5 seconds. I'll bomb it all, kill all of them. They don't want to do it because they see them as their brothers or whatever.
What we are saying now, that's why I like El-Rufai. El-Rufai told the president to do that. He said, go there, at least let's sacrifice some of those people to gain general peace in the country. Go there, bombard everywhere.
That's the area I agree with El-Rufai on. And El-Rufai was the one that made the argument for the security policy of this government. The problem is that now his big mouth has gotten him into trouble because he went and said other things too. Otherwise, I would be arguing for him to come into government. This guy went and acknowledged that he has an Islamic agenda in the country. You know, that is very difficult for
It's
anybody.
common sense to bomb them. Anyone would do it. Give me a break. Come on.
Caesar, the best person. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. I mean, I totally agree with you. Sorry, I will let you speak because I think I cut you off. But I will come after.
Yeah. You see, Caesar, the best person in Nigeria that has made the strongest security argument for this government went on to say some things that is religiously. He basically says he has an Islamic agenda.
Look, what he said is not profound. A 5-year-old would have told you, we know where they are. We know the forest they're in. Go in there, chop off all their heads. It's that simple.
Yeah, but that's not how it works. You think they've not done that?
I don't think. I think because of political willpower. That's the reason why.
No, they've done that. What they do is they move from there to somewhere else. How many forests are you going to be with? How many people? That's the problem.
Exactly. To Niger, exactly. That's what they did. To Niger, what you just said. But hang on.
They use human shield to block themselves. They use the people they kidnap as a human shield. And you know, based on the West, they will say you engage in human rights violation. You don't need to do it like that. So what do you want the government to do?
You have to deny them space. The problem is that they have space because they don't have the manpower. This is why I keep talking about manpower. Yeah. It's like a grid. You have to create a grid of installations where they cannot have space. Because if you go to the forest now, you chase them, they want to go to somewhere else. It's a trap. Everywhere they go, it's a trap. That's how you get rid of them.
Exactly what Buhari did. He bombed them out in the northeast. Around Borno, you think, oh, they're all gone. I got rid of them. And then the worst thing that ever happened is when they connect with their brothers in the west, and then they turn to cattle, so-called cattle herders. What they did is they blend in as cattle herders, turn cattle rustlers, you know, and stuff like that. So you're actually on the money to Niger. You know, it's all right going there bombing them and disperse them, but you know they're gonna go somewhere else. They're gonna change to something else. And they're gonna cause more havoc. This is what these people that like.
We need
to. But yeah, can I come in? Can I come in after you guys?
Go ahead.
Come in.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate you guys, UFC Superfan to Niger, and Kaiser for giving me the platform. But yes, from the beginning, you guys on the money. Libya, you know, Obama. You know, Hillary, you know, they destroyed us, our future. They're robbing us clean. The reality is, you know, we all know when they bombed Libya, when the African Union trying to get involved in it, they did not even give them a look in. Yeah, and if the problem comes back to us Africans, we look at these people in the north. Yeah, we treat them differently. We think they're different people to us. They're different. They're not Africans. Anything that happened in Libya, in Morocco, history have shown it will affect us in the sub-region because these people are actually so connected.
That's actually true. And I'm thinking that I was even thinking that we need to start bringing them into some of all these discussions that we're having so that we...
Sorry?
No, your audio went off for a bit.
That's it. Sorry. So yeah, anything that happened in North Africa, in Libya and Morocco, so what I think Mali, right? Which this is why I am very skeptical with military governments. These so-called new military leaders in West Africa, you know, if you look at their record since they came to power, in fact, in terms of fighting terrorism, they're actually on the back foot. They're supposed to be winning the war, but they are actually losing the war. Mali, for example, when IBK was president in Mali, when this happened, he managed to solve the problem where all these things started. Yeah, after the Libya, is tribalism. It's those tribes in the south of Mali, yeah, and they do not want to share power with the Tuaregs in the north. And we, the people, the Fula people are caught in right in the middle, because obviously you got the Mopti region, which is right in the middle of the Mali belt. North of us, you got the Tuaregs. You cannot have a country, people that live in the most massive side of the country, without involving them in the political arena. You know, that's what the people in the south of Mali have been doing for decades, and not getting these people involved. So what they wanted to do, they wanted to break away. So by obviously having Libya, by we having Libya destructed, you know, it's like what happened in Nigeria. You know, for example, we've got some people that are crying out foul, you know, they've been kicked out of the political arena. Some people are happy to stay as things are. You know, it's a similar thing with Mali. And now the Tuareg had the opportunity to get involved. We used to have problem with the Tuaregs in the north, you know, and basically we always used to stand our ground. But when the Libya war happened, these Tuaregs have enough weapons. You know, the Fula people that live in the north, in that part of the region, they started having problems. In fact, taking their cattle in the north, right? The Tuaregs start saying, no, you can't come around here. Go to your people in the south. So Diko, a Fula warrior, raised a war against the Tuaregs, and he said to them, no. And the Tuaregs said, no, you cannot come here. Go to your people down there and get water. So this thing started, and those days IBK was the president, and he got overthrown by the last guy. And what happened? The Tuareg gained more ground. They got kicked out of power. Since Damiba got kicked out of power, and Tuareg lost a lot of ground to the Tuaregs. So the reality is to do with our leaders also how they manage the situation on ground. You know, you cannot fight a war when your own population is fragmented. You can never win that war until you unite your own people in the country and say, okay, I'll bring these people in. It's the same thing that happened in Burkina Faso. You have the Fula region in the north of Burkina Faso, yeah, and you got the other tribes in the south of it, and then you have invaders from the north that came into the region, you know, and telling, first of all, the people in the south telling the Fulani, you cannot bring your cattle down there. Yeah, if we do see you with the cattle people, and what I do. So that's why a lot of young Fula and young Bambara and young Mande groups in the Sahel, our own children, are leaving their own things that they used to do and joining the Islamic State to fight with them. And this is what happened. Anywhere you get conflict, you get popular poverty, they will leave and go and fight with them. And once, you know, these people start gaining popularity, that's exactly what they did in northern Nigeria. They went in there and they get people in the local people to support them, because it's our local people in northern Nigeria are helping these people. If they're not helping them, they will not succeed to Niger. You know? They should be helping the government, you know, looking at the bigger picture, not just their tribe. Their region,
your audio is shaky.
Yeah,
I can't really hear you. I can't really hear you all.
No, it's okay. I've muted him for until his mic gets better. But yeah.
Yeah, I think he was really sharing some, because he's, you know, part of from the Sahel, isn't he?
And
So
actually fight
he was
against
really sharing some
this.
information. Yeah, your audio is in and out, AI.
Hey, this guy that is talking, are you from the Fuller?
The Fube.
Yeah, so I'm driving actually. Forefather, you know the Fuller people, right?
Yes.
Those are the Fulanis.
Yes.
So the way the guy is defending them, that's why I came in. So the Fuller and the Fulani, they are power grabbers across the board in Africa, from Gambia to Senegal. So that guy defending the Fuller, what he says is not actually true. So the way the Fulani are operating in Nigeria, that is the way they are operating in some of the African countries. This is the truth. So the Fuller are not different from the Fulani. They are the same people.
No, they are the same people actually. Fuller, there's no difference between Fuller. Maybe
Yeah,
it's just a subgroup of the Fulani.
yeah, they are purely the same. So they are power grabbers. This is the honest truth. They love power.
Everybody
Yeah,
lost
all
power.
across
I don't know why we are blaming them for it. The
Eh,
question
eh,
is why are they getting involved? If it's them anyway, why are they getting involved in extremism? Isn't it?
yeah. So in Nigeria, I understand the issues we have in Nigeria, right? Um, the Fulani, they don't forgive. This is the first problem. You will offend the Fulani in 20 years, they will plan and come and revenge. You will not know what the issue is. So in Nigeria, that's what happened. Like this Jos area, this Benue, the Arabic today, what happened is they used to kill their cows, They used to so they were just piling up all the issues. Then at a point, they regrouped, they started attacking. This is what happened. So that is why you hear people like El-Rufai. El-Rufai will say at some point that, they have to go and meet them and settle the issue. But as it is now, even when you kill Fulani, when you kill their cow, you kill their people, they will never forgive you. They might just move away, and it take them 10 years to come back and revenge. If you know anybody, any Fulani, will tell you, Fulani, they don't forgive.
I'm
That's
sure
the
they
crisis
do.
you are seeing.
I'm sure they do. I think there's a little bit of a kind of using general language to describe them. There's no people that don't forgive. Even Germans have figured out
You
that they
you
can move
you
on.
you 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 will not understand. You need to talk to real Fulani. He will tell you. They will not deny it to you. Fulani, they don't forgive.
El-Rufai famously said, "Any person that kills a Fulani takes a debt that will be repayable in 100 years." But I don't think this is a Fulani issue. This is an Islamic terrorism issue.
I don't buy it. People always remember the ones that have been repaid. They don't remember all the ones Fulani didn't pay back. And because if you look at it by that theory, there's always somebody that they want to pay back. So forever, even if they never do
Yeah,
get to pay back.
yeah. But one thing that is for sure, I know. You see, all this area they are fighting, they actually committed them. They actually offended them. This is the truth. But those one will not tell you. But when Fulani come back, they come back with full force. This is what they do.
See, what is going on in Africa, I don't think that's historically accurate. Remember, these Fula people, they have been they see people that are fighting each other, they fight each other all the time anyway, because of tension between them, like the Urobo fight the Ijos in Delta State. So you have this type of conflicts you have between neighbors. But to just generalize that's
Why are we talking about Fulani people anyway?
I don't think it's true. I think what is going on is that because it's Sahel, there's a lot of pressure going on there. There's also climate change issue where the environment is getting harsher, and then there's also the Islamic component that is radicalizing people there.
You see, there is somebody that was talking about the Libyan leader Gaddafi. The killing of Gaddafi, it actually escalated issues in Africa. Like Obama did a lot of damage for Africa by killing Gaddafi, just because he was not agreeing to all their old conspiracy plan. So it was one of the issue. Even the Boko Haram you are seeing today, a lot of weapons left Libya to a lot of African countries, especially West Africa. Even the issues you see in Mali across board. So the person is actually very right. Like the other thing, I heard you talking about Rufai. I mean, I was saying this on our platform. The President Tinubu government not including El-Rufai in his government, it is a setback, to be honest. El-Rufai is one of our best. I know it's very divisive, but it's one of our best. El-Rufai would have been very good in power or in security.
What did he achieve in Kaduna that made him the best?
Oh, come on, guy, go to
Is Kaduna one of the top 5 states in GDP? Or what? Do they have the most?
No,
what do they have?
Are you Nigeria? You can't.
Or is it just everyone's talking about it? Can show me any stats
No, hold on.
Yeah, I'm Nigerian. Can show me stats?
Hold on, we are Nigeria. Let me educate you. When it comes to GDP, you can't discuss Nigeria in that form, because a lot of states, they are very they have resources that is giving them a lot of resources. A lot of like that is boosting their economy, like states like Lagos, Rivers, Delta. So we have state Kano. Kaduna is not one of those states, but
okay, so they have top 5 GDP. Okay, cool.
Hold on. When you compare the resources of Kaduna to the resources of other states, you will see that El-Rufai.
Like what state? Let's compare Kaduna and Osun State.
Yeah, I mean, El-Rufai brought a lot of investment. It got in terms of infrastructure, it did very well.
Like how?
Hold on, bro. Hold on. The only area I feel El-Rufai did not do much, I would say the security, because the security issues in Kaduna is very complicated. This issue is over 30 years old issues that every government that come, they just move around it and not really profiling solutions. So the issue in Kaduna, the security issue in Kaduna, I think it is a federal government issue. But when you talk in terms of development, he did very well.
But what did he do? I think people just give him credit, but no one can actually name what he's actually done that makes him better than other states. Because no offense,
that's exactly what I don't like. When
Kaduna, if you compare Kaduna to any other state in the South, they beat them by far. So what did he do? Can someone show me a before and after that makes him so great?
Yeah. If anything, he was divisive. See, AY, you are trying to shine it this in a third here, because you can't try to shine something that is relatively obvious.
AY is not trying to support.
I think El-Rufai is a divisive figure based on what I heard.
El-Rufai is controversial.
Yeah, based on what I heard.
I agree with AY, he did deliver.
Nobody can even name what he's done. I'm telling you.
I'm getting really tired of even supposedly clever people. UFC. Stop doing that. Stop doing that. This is after. Let me finish my point. You've been talking. Let me finish my point. Let you know what you need to do. Let me know what you need to do. Provide evidence of what you are talking about. Then we can listen. Just give us evidence of what El-Rufai has done.
Because if you compare Kaduna to any other state in the South, I don't think he's doing that.
Let him answer. Yeah, answer.
For instance, when he came into power, the internally generated revenue was 11 billion. He increased that to 50 before he left. You understand me?
That's good. That's a good impact. Yeah.
Then he brought Olam to invest in Kaduna State. Also, he was part of those that lobby for the Kaduna dry inland port, and that was done. So those are the major things he did. Also,
UFC. Do you know?
He brought a total investment of about $4 billion to Kaduna State. Those are the highest things he did in Kaduna that I know of. As for infrastructure, he did a lot. You can go on his government page. You will see some of the projects he did too. Those are valuable for everybody to see.
Yeah, I mean, as to Nigel was saying earlier, I have watched a video of him speaking, and that what he said, that was very different. I don't think we should Islamize any country in Africa. You know, people should be living in religious free based on their belief or their religion or whatever their culture or their tribe. People should be forced, you know, subjugate to be something that they don't want to be. He's a very powerful guy. You know, don't get that twisted. In fact, he's the one that got Tinubu there. If it wasn't for Erufai, if there's no way Buhari would have backed down, you know, for instead of for Osibanjo and Lawal or Dave Umahi to succeed him, because Buhari did not want Tinubu to succeed him. It's Erufai that bent his hand. So he's a powerful guy in that fact. However, you know, the things that he said, as Tunajid said earlier, is wrong in a nation that is so basically vulnerable like Nigeria when it comes to religious and ethnic problems. You know, he should be a figurehead, not saying stuff like what he said. But looking at the figure that you just mentioned in terms of his performance in his state, I think he have done well, yeah. But a part of this insecurity. You know, the insecurity problem in northern Nigeria, you know, it runs deep. I think there's some, I'm not going to name names, there's some tribes in the north that want more land in the south because their people need more land in the south. Unfortunately, that's a factor. That's happening in like places like Benue, you know, in the middle belt. You know, so when you're in a platform, people disclaiming that like places like Abuja or the middle belt is not northern Nigeria, that turns their stomach, because as far as they're concerned, that's basically their last option, you know, of a fertile land in Nigeria, because you know the north is actually eroding. So there's a lot of problem in Nigeria that can be solved. You know, I think they just need a leader that is have, you know, less tribalism and less religious bigotry. You know, that's what they need in terms of the Sahel, and it's the same thing. You know, you need to bring your people with you to fight outsiders. Otherwise, you'll never win a war. Because once you have people that are fragmented in your country, you know, you're fighting against them, and then you have outsider that comes in, you cannot win that war. You know, a nation that's divided can never stand. Africans will never land. You know, and then we're gonna go to Russia, we're gonna go to other countries, beg them to come and help us, to come and fight our own brothers, yeah, because we can't defeat them. And then these people that you ask to come and help you to fight, they're not gonna do it for free. That money that Mali is giving France right now, about how many to develop the middle north. There'll be no foreign uprising. Burkina Faso, same thing. You know? So, and Niger, I can see why Niger is struggling, because Niger had no option. Niger were tight. But Burkina Faso and Burkina and Mali have no choice. They have no choice. You know, they have to unite their people, you know, to fight outsiders. Otherwise, they do. I rest my case.
Can I see? I think people are overstating his achievements. This idea that he increased the GDP dramatically, he didn't. It wasn't a dramatic shift from the growth rate of the country itself. And as a matter of fact, if you check it, you might find that the actual growth, this GDP growth rate of the country may even be higher than his. And then not to mention the insecurity that resulted in the Southern Kaduna region, extremism, and general insecurity in the country, hence why he's often the one talking about radical action against insurgents and all those actors that create insecurity. His prescriptions are generally, I agree with his prescriptions. He's like a no-nonsense person, but yet he is part of a state that is one of the most insecure. It's like Wike saying he's a no-nonsense man and leaving Rivers State to be the most insecure state in the country. There was a time Kaduna was actually the most insecure before Zamfara became the most insecure this thing one. So I don't understand this idea that they are giving him all the credit. That's what puzzled me most of the time. Even why are they giving him so much credit? Because even when I hear him talking on TV, he says all the right things, but yet his state is one of the most insecure. You would think he should have taken action to secure the state, like other governors do. Lagos governor is not just sitting there and allowing insecurity to get out of control. Neither is this thing, River State governor doing the same thing. Many of those states that you see that are secure, it's not because of just luck. They actually made an effort to make it secure. Wike was putting bounties on people that were making the place insecure, people that were causing stealing oil and polluting the whole environment, that to the point where the air was full of soot. Black soot was just falling down from the sky, and in the whole this the city of Port Harcourt. So he had to stem all that one. That's action that he actually took to keep control those things. El-Rufai, what did he do? All he does is complain, almost like Autumn or Benue State kept complaining about to the government and recommending good solution. But why are you not able to implement it yourself? There is no excuse for that. So my own point is that in terms of his prescriptions, he's right. He made the right argument for the government in terms of security. Then he went on at the same time to go and talk about being having a religious agenda. Maybe that is the reason why his state is unstable. Maybe that's the reason why let me finish. Maybe that's the reason why many of the states are unstable, even North African states. Maybe that's the reason, like Sudan, the Sahel. The reason why they accept it is because of that aspect of their religious agenda. Because when they make the place unstable, they use that opportunity to what they call it, expel indigenes that are not Muslims. That's the tactics they use. Like in Sudan right now, they are using it to expel the people that are not Arab. It's even gone past Muslim now, because after they Islamize the place, they want to also Arabize it. It's almost like a two-layer event where they first go with the Islamization agenda, then they use the Arabization agenda. It's not the people themselves are not consciously doing it. It's happening one step at a time. Because if you look at many of these places where you have IDP camps, especially in the Middle Belt area and the other areas, the issues that they've been reporting is that when they expel the Christian people, Muslims take over the space. So that is a problem. And if they are using it to expand, especially in the southern Kaduna area, which is what they are accusing El-Rufai of, then people have to call it out. Because he went on to say he has a religious agenda. How can you throw that kind of person for national?
I just want to. What he's done accusing. He openly came out and said, "Look, I realize that I could ignore Christian voters. That their vote does Muslim voters are the only ones I need to appeal to, and blah 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 blah." He openly said it. Right? There's no accusing. He openly said it. No one forced him to say it. It wasn't a got you question. He gave a speech and said it. I think in any other country, anyone who came out and said, "Look, I realized I could, kind of say F you to a segment of voters due to, their religion. So blah, blah, blah." I mean, it would be a big deal, but we're Nigerians, so whatever. I think Kaduna, like I'm looking at the numbers. I think the IGR increased, but then you would have you'd have to analyze it to see, because Ogun State, their IGR increased even way more than Kaduna's did. So I would like to know in the rankings of this increase, who actually increased the most and is in Kaduna in the top 5. Because my suspicion is they're not. I think what's going on is a lot of people say he's doing a good job, and people want to be able to say that they like a northern governor. So they're just saying, "Oh, we like him," but there's no data to actually prove it. Because, people are saying he's getting investment. They named one. They said Kaduna is getting massive investment. They named one company. If we look up, was better. If we look up, states that are getting the most foreign investment, is Kaduna a top 5? I mean, they're not top 5 in any ranking. So why is everyone saying they're so great if we can't find any data to prove it? I think it's just people want to, I like the North. I like El-Rufai, and, whatever.
Why not like Kwakwaso? Kwakwaso performed better. Kwakwaso did a lot. He built universities. He built all kinds of different things. He educated people. He sent people overseas for education. If you look at that Kwakwaso represents what they call the Aminu Kanu legacy. He represents the ordinary people. That's why in Kanu is the only state where they didn't vote APC or PDP. It was his party that won the election as the governorship. His party won it in Kanu, one of I think the largest state in the north in terms of population. He did that. So the idea that they are saying it's this is the El-Rufai, I don't get it. It's dangerous. See, Hitler was effective. but you want him. So there's certain you can be effective at what you do, but it can make him one of the most dangerous person to the nation itself, because he will be promoting his agenda. And let's say he's in charge of security, he has to command people that are not Muslims too. So how are those people supposed to feel when they know this guy has an Islamic agenda? That is not a good way to run a nation. And that is, for me, that's the only regrettable thing. I like the fact that he is security conscious. Most of the things he says about security, I support them. But he didn't act on them, to be fair. He's wanting to say something. He's wanting to act on it when you have the power.
The only reason why he talks like that is so people don't think he's the reason behind the security problem in his own state.
Exactly.
That's the only reason why he talks like that, because it's common sense. Yeah, go take out Boko Haram. We all know. But what about what's going on in your state? So he just talks like that so people don't believe. I mean, people used to believe the governor of Borno State was a commander in Boko Haram, right? So people weren't sure if anyone was to suspect a governor of being aligned with all these terrorist groups, it would be El-Rufai. So
and to add to your point, do you know Kaduna is one of the most fortified states of all the states? It has a lot of military installations. Kaduna is one of the most secure. It should be one of the most secure states in Nigeria. That our headquarters of even NDA, all of them, they are all there.
Well, so Tunaja, to answer that, the reason why it's not secure is the same reason why, Wike moves the way he moves. It's the same way Tinubu moves the way he moves. What these governors do in Nigeria, due to the fact that they don't have state police, and I want people to listen to this, because they don't have state police, they employ local thugs to do their actions, right? Because they don't have state police. So that's why Tinubu is so effective in Lagos. He can go get his boys to go harass people because he doesn't have state police. Same thing with Wike in River State. Wike killed people in River State. There's audios of him going around, but no one, it's his boys. Same thing that El-Rufai does in Kaduna. If he wants something done, he gets his boys to go do it. And sometimes it's religiously motivated, sometimes it's not. But that's the reason why the security is the way it is in Nigeria.
Exactly. And that guy is powerful. El-Rufai is one of the most powerful politicians we have in Nigeria. And the fact that his state is unstable, you said it, that it may have something to do with his own actions. It's not because he's incapable. He is the one destabilizing the state because he's disadvantaging the southern part of the state. I've seen videos where people in the south are complaining that the governor is not doing anything to protect them, that they are being expelled from that area. We see the same event. It's not only in Nigeria it's happening. We see the same event happening in other parts of Africa. After they Islamize it, even they start expelling Muslims that are not Arabs. Now, how crazy is that?
I mean, they're doing it in Nigeria. Have you heard of something called Shiwa Arabs? Since when do we have Arabs in Nigeria? Now they're telling us there's something called Shiwa Arabs. Okay, what lands are they indigenous to in Nigeria? That's the next question we have to ask. These Shiwa Arabs, where are they from? And what land is indigenous to them? Because there's another tribe that is new to Nigeria as of 200 years ago. And they call them, well, we know what they call them. But these Shiwa Arabs everyone's talking about now, what lands are indigenous to them in Nigeria? Is that the next question we're going to ask? I mean, I don't really know. So you're right. There is this weird two-layer, but let's focus on Islamization. But that Arab one, you're right. There's a weird thing going on.
If you look at Sudan, that's how you see the pattern emerge. And remember, it's already happened in North Africa. First, they converted them to Islam and they Arabized North Africa. So the pattern remains. You have to see the pattern for what it truly is. After they Islamize it, they Arabize it. It's just the pattern that you see. And if you look at this thing now, Sudan, that's the struggle that is happening in Sudan. It's because the Christian part of Sudan broke away. Now, why is the part that is not Christian still fighting? Because they are Muslims. But what is happening now is that they even said it even when they are just checking the reports. They said they are attacking people like in Darfur. They will say if you are not Arab, they get rid of you. They use this thing, all the sex and whatever to kind of discourage them from remaining in that area. So those people move on from their own ancestral homes.
Yeah, Tunaja, do you know this so-called Arabs in Arabs?
Sorry, your audio is very shaky. It's really a shame because it would have been good to hear you. Your audio is shaking.
I'll come back when
Yeah, I'm really sorry about that because what you have to contribute is probably even more relevant than all the stuff we are all saying here because you are from those regions, you see. So it's a bit of a shame. Yeah, I'm concerned about that, regarding the topic, how the region is just being destabilized by this stuff. And now the trick is our people in the Sahel, in like Chad, Niger, and in short, even Sudan, they need to wake up to the fact of the trends here. Africa is not going to be stable if that trend continues. They need to stop it. They need to stop it dead. Even up to Egypt, they need to get themselves out of this thing of Arabizing the entire area they can Arabize. First you Islamize it, and then the next thing is not going to be enough. You want to Arabize it too. You can't keep doing that kind of stuff because it's going to leave Africa very, very unstable. And all these people that are doing it, they have to understand that you are Africans. You can't be pushing your people and treating your people badly because of you want to turn them to another people. You want to worship other people's gods. You have been here before those people even created their own religion. You've been here
Are
for
you
thousands
bringing
of years.
Are you bringing any army behind that talk?
Oh yeah,
Then
but
you
you,
are
you,
not
see,
solving anything.
see,
Then you are not
I hear
solving
what you're
anything.
saying. I hear what you are
So
saying.
listen,
But
Tunaja,
if you want,
Tunaja.
you also have to tell them, because there's no use having an army if you also have to have a message to say, you
Let
know
me
what,
let, let me take you back.
you can't do this.
Let me take you back to where it started. Let me take you back to where it started. This is a guy from the Sahel region that's talking. I want you to listen to me. When that situation happened to Libya, ECOWAS, the African Union, what have they done to have a better communication with the European that this was going to destabilize the regions? Nothing. You guys sat there, you did nothing. French and his ally decided to go to Libya and bomb Libya. Now, this is the result of what you are just talking about. They had an agenda for the Sahel regions. The bombing of Libya had an aftermath. Everybody was worried about Gaddafi being taken out of power, and people didn't see the longer like these people were trying to stay in the Sahel region. That's why they got rid of Gaddafi, so they can come to Niger, Burkina, Chad, and take over the whole place. Gaddafi was just in the way. When they got rid of Gaddafi, this is what you got. ECOWAS and the African Union, they still don't want to address it. So when the smaller country like Burkina, Mali, we are calling on our brothers from ECOWAS. This is bigger than what you guys think. What you got? Oh, you guys have coups. You guys have coups in your country, therefore we're not going to back you up. Mind you, these civilian presidents, they were in the pocket of the French. They were selling their country to the European. That's why these soldiers who were on the front, they find out they were being mistreated by the European. So it's either you let that happen or you overthrow the president. So they went ahead and overthrow the president. Now everybody's getting mad. Oh, you guys have a lot of coups in the region. You guys are not stable. No, because these officers were fighting terrorists as they should. And they later found out there were a bigger plot for the European to stay in that region and spoil their resources. ECOWAS, what's ECOWAS is doing? Summit after summit is just like, how you call it, sanction in those countries for no reason. What is sanctions going to do to Burkina Faso? A poor country, you put more sanction to them. What's going to happen? So all you got to do is fly back and see if they die. If they're dead, the same thing to Niger. Look what ECOWAS is doing. You guys are still traveling over there. What you want to see? You guys want to kill everybody. That's what you guys are doing. Putting sanction on the country, what does that do to the country? At least in Nigeria, you see that these people, they said they're not going. They're not leaving. It's over a month. Almost we're going to 2 months. So the sanctions are still there. ECOWAS is still doing nothing. You guys have to live here to understand this military, they are our last resort. All our politicians, they are in the hands of the European. You let a civilian president come to power, nothing will change. You will see in Bamako, you will see 2 countries like Sudan. In Burkina Faso, you will see 2 countries. In Nigeria, you will see 2 countries or 3 countries. That's what they're trying to do.
Yep. I think for me, the mind is where the issue is, and we need to start a kind of enlightening the people to understand that you can't keep destroying your own homelands because of another man's religion. And the religion doesn't even tell you to do that technically. They are just taking orders from other people that they believe are superior and understand that that they are interpreting the religion in their own way. Because from what somebody said, that the Quran doesn't tell you to just start persecuting people because they don't believe in what you believe in. Or if there is an injury, you should start a war on your own.
Nigeria is almost 98% Muslim. 98%.
98% what?
Muslim. Yes.
No, not buddy.
Nigeria, you mean?
Not Nigeria. Nigeria.
Oh, okay. Okay.
98% Muslim. So what's the issue there? In Burkina, it's almost 66%.
Yeah, but that's the problem now. When those people start, they will say that the people that they are doing it to are not Muslims, and what makes them susceptible to it, because that's why I keep saying it.
Yes, it's true. That's true too, Niger.
Yeah,
most
and the
countries
ones that are
where they're
pushing it have
dominant
an
Muslim,
Islamization agenda. If the country is already Muslim, then you are going to see another a kind of Arabization agenda or a more extreme agenda. There is always one thing that they want to use to expand, and this is why I keep saying that you can rarely find a Christian nation, a Muslim nation that turned Christian, or you will always find Christian nation that turned this thing Muslim, because they always have this thing that they keep doing, and they will say, you know what, the excuse is, we have of peace, but they keep excusing this nonsense from happening. See, you can't keep saying you have of peace when you keep having forces that are intimidating other people constantly.
It's true. The dominance of Muslim West Africa over Christians in many countries I travel into is not right. We shouldn't put religion over our own people. The majority country where the Muslims are the dominant, they tend to live really good life. They get on, things go well. But for the Christians, no. Or for the non-Muslim or non-Christians, and that's one thing we need to actually start changing. I think some of it is to do with our mindset, thinking we're different to others because of beliefs or because of the language that we speak. But the reality is, as you were saying, look at what happened to Mauritania. They scam our ancestors that lived there years ago. They brought Islam. They settled in. Today, if you look at Mauritania, it's been taken over. They're not even part of the ECOWAS. However, Mauritania is more like.
I want to ask a question, and in case you are free to chime in on this, because I find it interesting. While you were just talking, do you guys know any nation that have about 60-70% Islamic population and 30% Christian population?
If I know anyone,
sorry, can you repeat?
Yeah, where you have 70-30, where you have a nation that is majority Muslim, that's a big majority of them, like say 70% of them are Muslims and 30% Christians.
Yeah, mine is close though. We got 66% Muslim.
Which country is that?
Burkina Faso, 66%.
Sierra Leone is 7. Okay, Sierra Leone is a good example of, I think, how West Africa should go when it comes to religious tolerance. Sierra Leone is 70% Muslim and the 30% Christians. The majority of our leaders are Christians, voted in by Muslims.
So 70% Muslims. Before today, let's say 20-30 years ago, what was the number? In
Sierra Leone, the Muslim were the minorities. In Sierra Leone, I think in Sierra Leone it was 60% Christian, then 40 Muslim. However, because the religion in Sierra Leone, it crossed into tribes. You see, most tribes are Christians and Muslim, are part of the Fula and the Mandinka in Sierra Leone. That obviously the Fula is the third and the Limba, they're the third largest people in terms of population, but the majority Fullers are Muslim. But and Mandinka, I would say 99%, and Flama 99%. But the other tribes are kind of mixed. We do have Fullers that are Christians also in Sierra Leone and Mandinka, but it's not that much. However, the majority of the population is Muslim today, and in one family you will find Christian, you find Muslim there. No one will
Yeah,
question it.
hold on. You see, what you are not seeing in the
Yes.
an expansion of Islam.
Yes.
What is happening there in the next couple of decades, you are going to see
Yes.
80-90%. And by the time you reach that number, it's over. You are going to see 97% Muslims.
But based on our mindset and our and the kind of culture that we have and the education that we have, I can never see our country become an Islamized state to Nigeria, because
It's already happening
will-
right before your face. You are not seeing it happen.
No,
I just asked you. There was a time majority was Christian.
Yeah.
But now it's already flipped, and they are eating the Christianity up
So,
slow and steady.
Naja, the only thing we can do really is to just push a more moderate version of Islam, right? That's the only thing you can do about it. People are not going to change their religion. Look, my religion lasts
My
3 wives.
concern is that it's
they're not gonna-
destabilizing our societies. That's what I care about.
Also, another thing is Christians tend to leave, while Muslims tend to be. I don't want to be mean, guys. Muslims tend to be poor in these African countries, right? They're not leaving the country. They're having multiple kids. They're staying. While the Christians tend to be from the coast, right? And they're more likely to leave the country when things get tough. So it is what it is. You have to accept it. The only thing you can do is try to push a moderate version of Islam. Like you go to Kogi State, right? You don't see all this Islamic nonsense going on in Kogi State. But when you go over to Ilorin, and what do you see? So it's about pushing a moderate version of Islam, not the ones that these knuckleheads want to.
I agree with you on that.
Hey,
I agree
quick
with you on
question.
that.
Quick
What is
question.
it now? You can't just interrupt everybody in one go now. See, I agree with you on that. The idea behind this is that if one side keeps expanding and not a kind of allowing others to exist in their space, like I said, it's not only Islamization agenda you're going to see. You're going to see an Arabization agenda follow that. What it tends to happen is that this message that is coming, that is driving this expansion, is still going on, and our people are not waking up.
Saudi Arabia is funding this, so we have to fund the counter. They are funding it as a government, right? They've been doing it for almost a millennium, pushing their religion and Arabization. So we have to push our own agenda, an African identity, not
Exactly.
There you go. That's the only thing we can do. We have to fight.
That's what I said earlier. If you're not bringing any army, and I'm not saying that every option has to be military, but if the West African regions don't put up an army to fight this, man, we will all lose, man.
Yeah. I didn't even know that this. You are right. I didn't know that is being eaten up this fast. Nigeria too is facing the same thing. The Muslims are expanding based on population alone. They are even expanding, even if they are not converting Christians, because they are growing faster in population, which is happening in almost every country in West Africa. They are expanding, and my concern is that there is not only about, okay, let's say they just convert people to Islam. It's one thing, but there's also the second wave of Arabization that comes with that. And I don't understand it, how our people cannot see the patterns that are going on here. And what I fear most is that when they practice Islam, they are not Africanizing. They maintain the same control from Central Saudi Arabia.
Forefather.
Yeah.
I think you don't understand Islam. Islam is not a tribe. It's not any nation. You need to actually take your time to understand. One other person that was speaking, what's your definition of a moderate Muslim?
Me, a moderate Muslim that is tolerant. So you're tolerant of other. You don't care if your wife can be a Christian. You don't care if other people don't follow your religion. You don't treat them differently. Converting people isn't your main goal in life. You don't look at people as infidels. That statement, infidel. When I've heard it from a Muslim friend, I realized there's something going on. When I look at people with different religion, I don't look at them as infidels. They're just people. But I have Muslims in my life that look at non-Muslims as infidels, and that's very crazy to me.
Okay, hold on. Let me educate you. I'm speaking as a Muslim. Let me educate you on this. You see, what you are in Islam is a way of life, right? So Islam does not encourage anybody to kill anybody that is not a Muslim. As a matter of fact, in Islam, Christians and Jewish, they are considered our brothers.
We know.
Oh my goodness! Don't even start with this. Okay, hold on. Let me just say this. Let me say this. I think you want to start spewing all the stuff you like to spew. Let me say this. Do you know that in Mauritania, if you renounce, hold on now. Let me ask you this. You say Islam doesn't do that. Do you know that if in Mauritania, if you renounce being a Muslim, you'll be subject to forfeit your life? Do you know that?
Hold on.
So how will that come? How would a Christian imagine that society anymore? How would a traditionalist, an African traditionalist, imagine that society when you could forfeit your life for doing that?
You getting it wrong.
But to Niger, what I was gonna say is that some of what he said about Christian and Jewish as a Muslim is true. You know, as a true Muslim, we're supposed to embrace, Jew and Christian. We're not supposed to hate them. Yeah.
So let me forefather, you know what? You are
you
not
say
listening.
one thing and do something else. That's my problem. You are going to start quoting the Quran from here.
So
what you are doing is different.
What he's projecting is the moderate version of Islam we want to see and we love, right? So, we don't have issues with what you're saying. Extremist Boko Haram is our issue, right? So what you're saying is fine.
Okay, hold on.
You say all this is about peace and everything, but in reality, they are not doing it. Explain that to me. Explain why they are not doing what you are quoting.
To Niger, the problem is
you are wasting a lot of time waffling on about it. Don't tell us why these things are happening. Tell us what's happening. Don't tell us what I know Islam is supposed to be a peaceful religion. I know that already.
To Niger, Salafism is the reason why.
Let me ask you this. Yeah. How many Muslims in Nigeria have you seen that are supporting Boko Haram, what they are doing?
Oh my God.
Oh, stop. Oh, just stop.
I think that was the point. That is not the point.
We're talking about state-sponsored Islamic terrorism. You're talking about the average Muslim.
Yeah, I'm beginning to see this as a con now. So people are probably laughing at people. They are laughing at
about state-sponsored Islamic terrorism. You're talking about the average Muslim. You have to separate the two. And if you can't do it, you're part of the problem, man.
Caesar, is this Caesar talking? Caesar, okay, let be factual here, please. Now, hold on. So state-sponsored terrorism. So they sponsor Boko Haram to kill Muslims, right?
Yeah.
Is that what you are saying?
Yes, they do that too. Yes.
To kill Muslims.
Yes, if you're not practicing the version of Islam that they think, yeah, they do this too. The people
what you guys don't understand is there's what they call Salafism that have entered, the Islamic world in the recent years. And
what is Salafism?
Salafism is the extreme version of Islam.
No. You need to get educated about
I thought it was Wahhabism.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Yeah, it's the same. Wahhabism and Salafism is the same.
Hello, guys. Let's give each one a chance to express themselves fully. So go ahead, fully B.
Yeah. So right, see, the moment you don't listen to people and ask questions, honestly, you will get a lot of things mixed up.
Oh my God.
See, this theory that Muslim hate non-Muslim, no, it's not true.
Okay.
If you in an ideal environment, like why I was asking that guy what he mean by moderate Muslims. Muslims are very tolerant people. I know you're gonna argue that. Now, wait, let me explain this to you. I have a lot of friends, childhood friends that are Christian, non-Muslims, right? They just understand I'm demanding is you just have to respect what I believe. For example, my friends, when they come into my house, they know they are not gonna get alcohol to drink. They will respect that. So because I'm a Muslim that is moderate does not mean that I should give you an alcohol when alcohol.
That is true. That is true. But that is not the point we are making here. Let me tell you so that you will be more aware of what the issue we are raising. See, all the stuff you're saying, we all agree with it. What I'm talking about here is some of the practices that they go on to do. Like if your daughter wants to marry a Christian, that Christian has to convert to Islam, never the other way around. And if some societies with that practicing Islam, if somebody converts from Islam to other faith, their life is forfeit. So in other words, you are not giving room for other people to emerge, but somebody gave you room to emerge. How is that fair? You are not playing fair, and you have to. I need you to address that point.
Let me address it. So in Islam, Muslims are not forbidden from marrying Christian and Jewish because we consider them as people of the book. When you say people, they are both Abrahamic religion. They believe we don't have much difference with them. Muslims are not forbidden. For example,
and yet I know the case. What you are saying now is not what they are practicing.
This
is what I don't like. You say one thing, but they practice something else.
And I have to agree with Tunaja.
Hold on a little bit. So, for example, I'll tell you this. We don't forbid this Muslim, Christian and Jewish. If, for example, like Muslim eat halal meat, right? Like the Jewish, when the Jewish slaughter a meat, if I go to store now, I will look for, what do they call it? If they don't have halal, I will look for, there is, I forgot it. There is a name they call their own meat, right?
You see, we know that. Why are they still doing it? I know of case right now that the lady is not allowed. Hold on, let me tell you. The lady is not allowed to put her name as a. This is what they are married in the UK, but they are not allowed in Morocco to see themselves as couple because the lady didn't convert to Islam. I'm telling you, this is something that they are practicing in Morocco right now.
No, you need to hold on. Give me some time, please. Hold on. See, what you are talking about, they are just human issue. They are not religious issue. For example, I can marry a non-Muslim, a Christian, or a Jewish, and allow her to practice her religion if I so desire. Islam does not forbid that. Go and ask this question from anywhere. But what you see in the society is some people, they just insisted that, no, you have to convert because I want my house to be one religion. But that is not the position of Islam. Ask anybody. So you see the message right there. So what you are seeing is just like even the extremism you see in part of Islam, right? You need to know it's just a few percentage of people that are doing this. Even there is no religion without extremists. Even in Christianity, you have extremists.
Like who? Like what?
Oh, are you kidding me right now?
Like, who are the Christian extremists?
So do you agree with this message? Do you agree with this message, AY?
KKK are it's a mixture between race and religion. So it's also a white. It's more of a white thing, a white Protestant thing.
Come on, Caesar. Are you kidding me? You don't know what KKK, what they start for?
It's a white
KKK in Africa.
It's a black Christians, bro.
Hold on, let's get to the bottom of this matter. Do you agree with this message? Do you agree with this message?
A Muslim woman can only marry a Muslim.
Calling black Muslim KKK of Africa. I think that's going too far.
It's very correct. It's very correct. I agree with you.
So now there is a bias there already that is tied into it. And then we are even talking about, we are not even considering other traditional people.
Tunaja, I think when you talk about these things, people are allowed to practice whatever they practice. I don't have an issue with this, honestly.
Hold on, let me answer Tunaja. Please give me some minute, please. Tunaja, I'm not going to come here and pretend that Islam does not say if you are not, if you are a traditionalist or whoever, if you don't believe in oneness of God, Islam does not see you as, Islam does not like see you as somebody, people of God. So that is why Christian and Jewish are not removed from me. Muslims are not allowed. Hold on.
No, that's true. That's true. I agree with you. I agree with you.
Hold on. Muslims are not allowed to marry an idol worshiper who does not believe in God. So this is just Muslim belief. You have to just respect it. We are not saying
Good.
Kill
Respect
somebody
it.
that does not believe in God. But we are saying,
Hold on now. I hear you. They are not allowed. Is their belief, which is to be
Understandable.
respected. But
Yeah.
however, if that is their belief, you are now also come on, man. Whose audio is doing that? There's a bit of noise coming through. So if there is you are tilting it to favor your religion, so that other people will allow their people to marry into Islam. So what you are saying is that to combat Islam spread, the others need to be that extreme too to stop it. Otherwise, hold on. So that what you are saying now, if anybody wants to combat this, they have to also ask the Muslims, they too have to combat to any other religion if they want to spread. So because what is going on here is, this is why I said it before, that Muslims, you see nations that are Christian turn to Islam, but the other way is never possible because they have these rules they put in place. This one is encoded into the religion itself, but there is even more extreme ones where if the nation is totally existing a Muslim, then if you convert to any other religion, your life could be forfeit. To marry into another group, your life, you can't do that. So you can see that is an issue, and it's an expansionist agenda.
Godfather, that's not correct.
If it doesn't even stop there, then you have the Arabization one on top of it.
Let me explain to you.
Can I come in after? Yeah, is that right?
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Hold on. To Niger, you have to move the conversation around a bit so that other voices can also counter.
Yeah, I agree. It's just that it's sometimes what they tend to start doing is they allow him to waffle them to another direction when the issue is about the structure that they put in place for expansion.
I
think
can you mute everyone except who's talking? Like everyone can unmute.
Okay, thank you. Can I go now? Yeah.
There's a lot of air in the background. It's making a lot of noise.
Okay. Let me. Yeah.
He has to stand outside for Wi-Fi.
No, I'm in Wales actually. I'm driving. But so basically in Sierra Leone, the good example I want to give you, where the population was majority Christian.
Sorry,
and
did
then,
you say you were driving?
Yeah, I was. Yeah.
Are you the one driving or you are in the car?
No, I'm driving, but
Maybe put the window up. Yeah, so
but it's not safe for him, one man. It's not safe for him to be driving while talking on the platform. The last thing you need is that kind of publicity. AY, please, you have to stop your car. It's not safe for you.
No, it's me. It's Al. It's Al.
Oh, Al. Yeah, don't drive while you are online because
it's handset free. It's handset free.
Yeah, even that. The more you make a good point, the more danger you put yourself on the road. So either way, it's not a good idea. I'm sorry.
No problem. Well, I will call you back. I'm getting back to Bristol anyway. I'll call you when I get back to Bristol.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Take care, guys. That's all right. All right. That's all right.
Yeah. All right. So AY, go ahead, please.
So Naja, see. Let me explain to you this way. You need to calm down, understand this stuff, right? So when Islam said, the Muslim women should not marry other people, they are not forcing it on. They are not. See, this is just our whole belief. Just like Christianity, if Christianity say, this is our belief, you have to respect it. As long as they are not forcing it on anybody. They are not carrying guns, say you must do this. It's not that hard. I don't think these are issues. It's just a way people believe. Hold on. Let me finish it.
Okay.
And we don't have problem with even the people that are worshiping idols. When they change their ways, we are allowed to marry them. We don't have issue. We don't forbid them. It's humanity. Islam belief in humanity is very strong. But this is just the belief. Like if you don't believe, why it's just like you see non-Muslim, evil Christian, they will say stuff that are not true. Christianity and Jewish, Islam hold it very strong. Nobody is telling you kill them. They are our family. They are our brothers. If you go the genesis of Christianity, Islam, and Jewish, you understand they are from the same father. They are from the same father. It's just people don't want to understand this stuff, that they are not that far apart. It's just human beings that are dividing this team, causing hatred, causing division continuously. It's not that hard, to be honest.
We already know that. And besides, they are not, the world doesn't revolve only around them. There's other groups too. My issue is that if one side, and some of the stuff you are saying, you are right to an extent. A religion can decide that, you know what.
If it's not true, I will tell you.
Can I finish my point?
Go ahead.
You are right to an extent to say a religion can decide that, you know what, to marry into them, you have to convert. I think the Jews tend to do that to an extent. But they don't like come out, you know, they are not very expansionist in that way. However, what you see going on with this in the Muslim groups is that it's not only based on that. There is also other aspects, like the moment you become a Muslim, you are not allowed to leave. If you leave in some of their societies, it's a death warrant. That is in Mauritania right now. That is the rule they have in place. So in other words, you are allowed to give them room to emerge, but they will never give other people any other room to emerge. And so to combat it is for the African groups and the Christian groups to go extreme too. Because if that is not what the Quran says, and even if it's what the Quran says, then the only way you can stop them is to be as extreme as they are. Otherwise, and what good is that for society? You're going to have society that's split. And just recently, I just found out that most religions are based on the mythology that came from Africa, all over the world. So the people that tracked it down, just like our genetics, most of all this stuff come from Africa. So for us in Africa now to subscribe to foreign religions and say we are going to do or die, we have to keep expanding. And for me, there's also another aspect to this. That's what you are not seeing. You are seeing yourself as a Muslim today. Tomorrow is going to be Arabization, because that's what happened in North Africa. It's first spread Islam, then it's Arabization. Look at Sudan right now. I'm not the one making it up. That is what is going on in Sudan right now. That is part of the conflict that they're having. They will have normal conflict, then they start having Arabization movement. What is that?
See, Food Niger, I can tell you with certainty, there is nothing like Arabization. See, what? Hold on.
See, that's what he said now.
Hold on, Food Niger. Islam and Arab, they are two different things. Trust me. As any Muslim, they are two different things. You will be shocked that even when you go to the Arab, the way you will see some of them practicing the religion, you will be scared. See, here is the thing, right? When people are talking about this moderate Islam, like I saw a lady message on chat, I want to address. You see, it's just like Agege. You know what I mean by Agege, like all those stuff. So there is no day you will tell Muslim to accept it in their religion. It's not going to happen. So when Muslims do this kind of thing, they will tell you, oh, they are extremists, they are this. If Muslims follow Quran and Hadith, anything outside there is out. They're not going to accept this kind of stuff. It's not that we hate them, but it's just our whole belief. Other religion, you can come in and manipulate, people will follow. No, not Islam. I'm not saying there are no Muslims that are practicing this kind of evil, right? But when it comes to religion will not inculcate them into
it's like, you know what you're saying? It's like saying, I'm for the death of all Christians. Yeah, it's not my own, it's not because we hate them, it's just my own belief.
Father, I will come back. I have a meeting now. I will come back later.
You can't just say it's just my own belief. Discrimination is discrimination.
I want to ask a question, because I think this is one of the biggest issues in Africa, and we see it even on the panel. How can we deal with Islamic extremism without Muslims seeing it as an attack on Islam? How can we do this? Because I think everyone can agree extremism is an issue, even though that guy was even angry that I brought up the word extremism. But if we can agree extremism is a real thing, how can we deal with it without people feeling like, oh, you're attacking Islam? Because it seems like once you talk about Islamic extremism, they see it as an attack on Islam, and then the religious walls come up. What do you guys think?
I like the way this in I think the European countries now are beginning to wake up to this, and they are not having it. Because if you look at France
Beginning to
recently,
wake up.
they're waking up to this. In France recently,
No, they've always just been xenophobic. It's not
no,
something
not
new.
only xenophobic. They are
No,
already
I'm talking
citizens.
about Europeans here.
No, Europeans they are xenophobic. That's true. But what they are doing now is that even people that are considered their citizens, they are saying certain type of clothing. They are also becoming intolerant of the other side, because what they are beginning to observe is that they are in a way they are beginning to realize what I'm also highlighting on the continent, where only one side seems to be giving way, the other side doesn't give way at all, and it's eating the other people up, the other groups up one by one, and they just say, "Oh yeah, we love everybody, but we're just expanding nonetheless." So in France, recently they banned the wearing of, just those simple top clothes women wear to school, Islamic women wear to school. They even ban hijab before. Now they even ban the just the normal clothes, which I think is crazy. It's like basically banning fashion now. They are telling them not to wear those type of clothes anymore. But the reason why they are doing these things, I'm beginning to understand it now, because it seems to be one-sided. One side is giving, the other side is not giving ground. It's being extreme and more extreme. The Sierra Leonean guy even gave evidence to this recently, that the Sierra Leone was majority Christian before. Now they are minorities, and in time, if the trend carries on, give it 10, 20 years, Sierra Leone will be an Islamic nation. Period.
Okay.
All right. Hold on, Kate. Let no name come in. No name come in.
Yeah, go ahead, my Igbo brother. Go ahead, brother. Igbo state.
No name?
No name.
So no name is
Igbo.
no voice as well. Carry on, Kate. No name, no voice. Carry on.
What's
Okay, my
happening to the
biggest
people's
problem with
microphone?
Islam is just basically its stance on women, on women's rights. Like, a woman is only basically for her whole life, she's the property of the man. I don't really think that's going to be sustainable. In a, like, if you think just about 100 years from now, will we still have the same type of earth as we have now? Can we keep on like treating half of the population as if they're just property of the other half?
We can't do that, but technically that part of it, for me, what I care about is stability of society. Men women relationships, if they agree to it, even women that disagree with it, they will object to it and they will not allow it to. Women can do stuff to men.
No.
See,
Women,
I don't see generally
I
when
know.
societies exist, it's not their what makes that society unstable is not their relationship between men and women. It's often the society, their relationship between them and other groups. And when I look at the continent of Africa right now, there is a war currently happening. And these things, and the Sahel is going through hell because of these issues. Nigeria is divided because of these issues. And it makes us vulnerable. So we have to address it and say, you know what? Either we decide to moderate our positions, or the other side has to push back.
Yeah. Can I chime in?
You're talking about
something here?
about like you're conflating a culture war with like a war. Like
No, it's the
two
same
different
thing.
things.
Kidastro, let me give the context. In West Africa and the Sahel region, they're actually dealing with two things: culture war as well as a real war, where Islam is at the centerfold of that war. And I think the issue is, and shout out to the Muslims, right? I'm Muslim sometimes, but one of the issues with Islam is Islam believes categorically that the Quran is the literal word of God. That's number one, obviously. Secondly, they do believe in no cultural assimilation. They believe that their culture is the only superior one because it's instigated by Allah, right? And then obviously through the messenger Muhammad. Meaning to Nigeria, this whole idea of each side giving ground is never going to happen to Nigeria. That's what literally Islam is against. So you guys have to decide where you put your foot down and what that means for the nation. In Kenya, for example, there's no way. If what happened in Nigeria, where the young girl was killed because she was, I don't know, saying something about the Prophet Muhammad, that would not happen in Kenya because the Kenyans wouldn't allow it. But in Nigeria, you guys have a lot of Muslim population, so they would allow that to happen.
In South Africa, we've got like a.
For me, the lives of our people is my priority. And if our own person decides to take the lives of a fellow black man and Nigerian, I don't subscribe to that. And I don't subscribe to the idea that we keep fighting each other for the sake of other people. I don't understand it. We have been here way longer than they have. why do we always have to subscribe to other people's beliefs to destroy our own? And this is what I believe that has to be the foundation of what we used to push back against this trend. Either they Africanize it and they modernize it, or
Yeah, where's your
we have
freaking
to push back
ancestor worship?
against it. Pardon?
Where's the all religions? Are they like gone?
To Niger, you always sometimes take a naive view of these things. You know, the Islamic faith is like heavy indoctrination. Right from, you know, as soon as a child is born, they whisper a verse into that child's ear. And all the way through that child, it's indoctrination after indoctrination after indoctrination until you're fully captured mentally. So that mental capture is really where it is. And once they've captured you all the way through to around about 10, 12, 14, it's almost impossible to reverse it. In fact, it's impossible to reverse it.
No.
So some people escape it, but often instances, most of them don't. And that religion also, it doesn't really, it doesn't have the facilitation for coexistence. It only really thinks of conquest. You know, because
Like
you
the
know
old,
Exactly.
you know
That's my
the,
issue.
the
That's
OG,
my issue.
OG
hold on.
Christian
Let me
religion
just
was
land
also
this
like
then.
that.
Let one man land. I can't believe I'm saying that.
Let me just land this, then I'll leave. You know what the Muslims call somebody that joins Islam? They call them reverts, not converts, reverts, because it is their belief system that every human being is born a Muslim, and you are just on excursions into other faiths. So if you decide to then convert to Islam, they call you a revert, that you have come back to where you were born naturally too. So it's all about conquest and domination, and not coexistence.
That is a key term, not coexistence, and that is an issue. And we are seeing it manifest itself on the continent. Hence, why most of the extreme movements you see on the continent is based on one single religion. You don't tend to see that with the other religion, because the other religion allows for coexistence. It's
To Niger, your
this bad
signal.
choice. That's the thing, and you need to do that. Go ahead. Oh, my
No, your
signal is
signal
bad.
broke up.
That's interesting.
What was the last thing
Oh,
you
sorry
said?
about that. Yeah, in Europe, they have to coexist. So, in other words, the only way to confront it is to have the power to confront it. And if they refuse to modernize, in terms of modernize or moderate themselves to allow for the survival of their own people, then we have to make the other side also more extreme to prevent them from running us over. Because it's not only tied to, you see, Islam. See, when you think about it, if you convert everybody to Islam and the society is peaceful, isn't that all good? But what you tend to see, that is not where it stops. There's also the Arabization stuff that goes on, especially with the continent. I'm not sure it happens anywhere else, but on the continent, after they convert it to Islam, then the Arabization stuff starts flowing through. And my concern is that if we don't stop it, our people are not going to be here long.
Yes, my thoughts. Like, if your thoughts, if like in Europe, where some nations do actually care about human rights and stuff like that, and like if your ideals and your philosophy doesn't stand up to just a bit of religion, like in a country we already allow a religion to come in, but we don't just allow them to do anything they want to do. We build rules and they have to follow those rules, and if they don't follow those rules, then we call them a cult. So we don't have that religious freedom without limits. We have a limited religious freedom, because you can basically indoctrinate a person into believing anything if it's the right sort of person. Because that's my belief. That's all I wanted to say.
Kids Astro, you want to? Okay, you just said something. Tone, welcome, and Doctor, also welcome.
Yes, let's have Antoinette after Tone. So Tone, then Antoinette.
Yeah.
Hello, good day, everyone.
Yeah, I mean,
I
Sorry, Antoinette. Let Tone go first, then you come after Tone. You first.
sure, no problem. Okay.
Okay, hi. I was listening in the background. Yeah. I wanted to address the speaker that went off that he had a meeting. He was saying that that's the Islamic religion is humanitarian and that we should respect their um what they believe in. So my question to him, I don't know whether he's a non-Muslim here. My question to him is, so if you guys go on and to murder somebody because he insulted Prophet Muhammad, is that humanitarian? That's my question. Do you know how many times that Christ, that symbolizes Christianity, has been insulted? There was a movie that came about a couple of years ago, depicting Christ as being gay, and a lot of suggestions flying on the internet that Christ was sleeping with Mary Magdalene and all that stuff. So you guys should just get real. The problem, as one man rightly put it, is intolerance. As long as that intolerance is dealt with, then everybody is good. Growing up, I had Islamic friends. I had Islamic friends in school. I still have even if one of my very close associate is a Muslim. We've never had any issue and all that. And he's one of those um, um, Muslims that respect other religion. You've got to respect other people, and you've got no right to tell the traditionalists that they are devilish and all that. But what you do as a Muslim, it's even more demonic, beheading people's head. So that's just my little take here. I'm not going to be long because I'm just in the middle of some work and all that. So if there's any Muslim here to respond, I'll just stick around for about 2 minutes and listen to you.
thank you. Doctor, please go ahead.
Yes, I really would like to wait for the answer to that question because that's a burning question that I have as well. I would like to add one small point. Now, in Trinidad and Tobago, the Muslims of East Indian descent look down on the Muslims of African descent, and I am saying we can't criticize the imperialism of Christianity and then replace it with another kind of imperialism that embodies Islam. And, I think one aspect is that the East Indian Muslims in Trinidad see themselves as being closer to Arabs than the Muslims of African descent. I've noticed too that they believe that one should not enslave someone who is a fellow Muslim, but it's acceptable to enslave a non-Muslim. We can't have hierarchies in the worth of human life. If you are to be taken seriously and respected, they would gain more respect if they promoted the dignity of every single human life. You see? So I'm waiting for an answer to the question posed before. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with you on that because it's seriously an issue, and I think the African movement that is going on now should also include a new kind of approach and outlook into the world. And like what you said just now about having hierarchy with human lives, that is something that it needs to be stopped because you have to have a way of looking at people, basically like the way Martin Luther King ideology, whereby it's about content of character. That should be supreme, not by saying, "Oh, if you are this, you are not allowed to mingle with us." That is, you are stratifying society, and then you go on to sometimes some of the measures are so extreme that people have to lose their lives just because they convert to another religion. That you can't have a system that runs like that and you call it fair, because the society that allowed you to emerge was not that extreme. But when you come in, if your idea is so strong, why be so extreme? Because your idea should be able to show itself to be beneficial and positive and whatever you want to call it, so that people will be attracted to it. But putting rules to stop people from leaving the religion, and having rules to say other groups are not allowed to marry into the religion, and vice versa, whatever way you put it, to discriminate against other groups, that is not, it doesn't smack of confidence in your belief. You see what I mean? So I feel like there is a kind of extreme approach to it whereby it's an expansionist, and expansionism alone is not necessarily a bad thing on its own, because if it's a good thing, if it's universal and good for everybody, it's a good thing. But we see clearly what it does. It takes control from a specific group and race of the people and hands it over to another group, whereby you see this thing going on in North Africa. I'm sure when they converted North Africa, they were not talking about Arabization. They were actually just converted into Muslims. It wasn't, they didn't have any Arabization agenda. If anything, the Arabization agenda happened last century. That's when it actually happened in North Africa. There was a big debate in Egypt about it. Then now they like to call themselves Arabs, and now the movement has moved south to Sudan, whereby even the country that is totally Muslim, they are still fighting each other because of Arabization, so that the children that are born to Arab men maintain themselves to be Arab, even if
But
if
that's
you
not even
look at them, they are
Muslim.
still black. Pardon?
But that's not Muslim. That's not. Then it's not concerning Muslims. Then
Yeah,
it's
they are
like
already Muslims.
basically
They are already
racism.
Muslim.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but then
but
it's just racism. So you're saying racism shouldn't mask itself with a religion.
in a way, that's what it is. That's exactly what I mean.
So we shouldn't say the KKK is basically a Christian
So,
organization. It's
sorry,
just
hold on
basically
one
white people.
second. Sorry, hold on one second. Mansa Musa, your audio is not connecting, so we're not able to get you on the screen. So either switch on your mic or go out and come back in. So that's Mansa Musa, or however you call yourself. There he is.
Nyani Mansa.
All right.
Mansa Musa. So, but I think you are right when you said it's
Yeah,
basically racism.
Joyce.
And it's not only racism,
Joyce,
it's a kind of
Tunaja,
extermination and expulsion of the people. So go ahead.
how are you? How's
I'm good.
everyone
I'm
on the
good.
panel?
Good.
Yeah, I've been listening to most of you, and especially for Joyce, he has a point in so many things that he has said. I think all this is not the problem of the Arabs or the Muslims. It's the problem of the blacks. We are so gullible. I'm a Muslim myself. We're so gullible that we just take everything by, just like blankly without even making, like our research, and we just take on beliefs, and then also be like, oh, because I made my father, my brother being a Muslim, we don't question nothing. And indoctrination is the biggest problem we as Africans face from all let's say from all these religions, all of them. This is our problem, especially when something is foreign to us. Look at us, even our business dealings. When people come to us and they are foreign, we believe them. We don't believe in ourselves. I think that's where our problem is coming from. It's not being a Muslim, right? Because me being a Muslim, for example, at this age, nobody's gonna come and fool me just because you're an Arab or you're white or whoever you are. Because the thing is this way, I can differentiate the where they want to put in their culture, and also where they want to also use the religion, to promote Arabism. I don't know, whatever they call it. I can see that clearly how they do it. They go about it. That's why most of our people will yield to them and cannot question them whenever they say something, and then that's it. And then it gets done. And then some people who attach themselves and see themselves as Arabs, like let's say if their father is an Arab, or even if they have their mother being an Arab, like let's say 1,000 years ago, they will still believe that they are an Arab, because the thing is, the mentality they put in them is that they see themselves as superior. In most cases, not all instances, they do that. And then Antoinette also has those. I forgot what her concern was, but I can see where she's coming from and how those the people in the Caribs, they have that one. It's not just the Caribs that have that one, or the West Indies. It's not only them. The people in like this West Africa, in the Gambia, Senegal, yes, the people that has like this, like let's say Arab great grandparents, they have that kind of feeling that they are better than the whole society. So they want everybody to bow down to them, because the thing is this way: they want to use the religion to promote themselves and then make themselves look better than everybody else. But most of us, being born as a Muslim, if we don't pay attention to what they are trying to do, we fall for their, I don't want to call the other stuff. But anyway, if anybody wants to chime in, you can go ahead.
Yeah, you see, I think somebody was saying something that I'm fear mongering. See, if I'm fear mongering, then go and tell the people that are actually literally attacking Muslims, not just Christians. They are attacking Muslims because they are not Arabs in
Tunisia.
Sudan.
So I think one of the edits that and in order to do this, we have to project our own faith, we need an African version of this kind of ideology, right? Like, I remember there was a point where in Christianity, they stopped you didn't have to speak Latin anymore because Romans already done. They separated Latin and being Roman from being Catholic. You see what I'm saying? I mean, from being Christian, they separated the two. And I think the same thing needs to happen in African Islam. You don't have to speak Arabic. Arabic is not a holy language. You don't have to name yourself Muhammad and get rid of your African religion. There has to be a separation between this because I don't care what religion people practice. It's this extremism and there's this Arab tilt that I think is the problem people have. So if they can separate the Arabic, why do you have to speak Arabic to talk to God? Why are people changing their name to Muhammad? I mean, or Bilal? I mean, why can't you answer your traditional name? You know what I'm saying? So those are some things that. Why do you have to take a Hajj to Mecca? Why can't you go to Ethiopia? Why can't you go to Senegal? So these are some things that I think in African we have to change. Yeah,
It's their practice now, isn't it? So, like in Mauritania,
Caesar.
what I gather is that
Caesar.
Hello.
I'm sorry for cutting you off. Caesar, I that's what I call misconception and misunderstanding. It's like any other language. There's nothing like there are some words in every language you cannot do direct translation. It's impossible. And how they see things. So for you to understand other people and their culture and stuff, you must have to dig into their language, how they communicate. So whatever rules and stuff that you're trying to follow through that one, you have to mostly what I call is this way. You can still maintain your language and at the same time learn their language. Like me, I can speak Mandinka at the same time I can also speak English to a degree, right? And understand a bit of let's say Arabic. So what that entails yeah. So so it's not too difficult for every human being. The whole thing is this way. Is the better thing is let's educate ourselves so we don't become fools. Because learning every language, I think that's an opportunity to stand your ground and be able to. But you need to understand your religion, not your religion, but your culture, and then also trying to differentiate the Arabic culture. The same also with this one, the Arabic culture and Islam. Islam is this way. It's very simple. Everything that's natural. It's very simple thing to do. It's like you stay natural. That's why they would say, "Oh, everybody is born a Muslim." The reason is they're telling you is this way. Everybody is born the way God made you, which means if you're trying to know the wrong from the right. Even as a child, you don't want to do some things because you know what, this is not going to be beneficial as a human being in a natural state. That's what they're trying to say when they say you're Muslim. But the Arabs, some way or the other, they're trying to put in their culture so they can control the rest of the population, and you don't question what they say. And if you look into their history, remember, when the prophet was not there, there are other people who don't like the prophet. They become the rulers of the Arabs. So whatever they can do they're gonna have to put in their culture because they think they're superior. They don't care. So with that one, everybody else that they conquer, what would they do? They will make sure that you just comply to their rules. And for the women part, I heard the people saying that one. Africans have to copy the same similar stuff against, or not against, but they have to watch out because every society that wants to conquer you, they look through the weakest link, which means most of the time the women. So if your women are compromised, what happens is the other people, it's easy for them to, come and invade you. And that's what happens in most of these West African countries. When they come, they don't come with their wives. They come and then they do
Yeah.
trade a little bit. Or so what they tend to do is they will either marry them, and then also they would sometimes, who knows, if there's a war, they capture them and they become their concubines. Go to Mauritania, you see something like that. So what happens is you become weak. The men become, because you cannot kill your own, like let's say your own nephews and nieces. You don't do that. So most of them, and they install in them that they're better. So which means now there's a conflict. Let's understand the whole narrative and understand. Let's not jump to conclusion.
Nyani, let me add this to what you said. You see, when the men, like they don't come with their women, and then when they have children, because the African continent, they tend to, your identity is often tied to your father's heritage. They, even if those children go on to marry Africans and Africans, they will still consider themselves Arab because they tie their identity to Arab, this in their lineage. So that is this is the issue that you keep having on the continent all the time. And in Mauritania now, it's considered illegal for apostasy, which is following Islam. To stop following Islam is illegal.
That's why you call
Tunaja. We're in the real world. We are not in a fantasy whereby, we just wish this way, we want that way, and there will be mixing and stuff. So in Africa, one thing I think we should do is we should have prejudice. It's okay, because that's human nature. You need to know the other person before you can trust them fully. But most of the cases, we as Africans, we tend to just blindly follow people without questioning them, and we become very vulnerable at some point, especially the men. I think the whole problem is coming from us being organized. We are not too organized. Every society that's organized, they tend to at least achieve something in life. And let's say, these religions that we are talking about, right? We can talk about it. I don't even know why people shy away. Oh, because they're gonna behead you. It's like fear mongering that you're talking about. Like, no, these are dialogues. Somebody want to say something?
Yeah, can I speak after you?
Oh yeah, you can do that one. But that's
I mean, unfortunately, my brother, my Mandinka brother, unfortunately, first of all, just to let you know, my mom is actually come from Mandinka, from the Berete family, yeah, from the Berete.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, the Berete. My mom is, my dad is the Fuller. First of all, Alhamdulillah, brother. Yeah, first of all, our people have a big responsibility, in the region, to actually direct some of our brothers, to the right path, because, we actually, hold the key, to the success of the region. When it comes to this topic, you're well aware of that, because, for example, the Mandingo have the landmass, they have the population, they have the administrations, they got, the Islam, obviously Islam came to your ancestors, my ancestors' hands, in responsibility. And go back to the history, back in those days, people were never being treated like this. We actually incorporate other tribes into us. For example, like the Mande group that you have today, a lot of them probably wasn't Mande, but during those days, they see the success, of what we were bringing to the table. A lot of them came in, and come under one umbrella. These are the sort of things that we need to start working on again. By having our leaders to be more proactive in the region. Because I tell you what, otherwise our people will suffer, man.
Can I go in?
Lozi, yeah, you're gonna go in. Just give me a few minutes so I can tell him what we're doing, because already on the ground, I'm sorry for the noise of the water. Already on the ground, we started doing something. And then we also started acknowledging our forefathers, because that's where we missed the mark. When they came in, they trying to astray us from everything we do, and then let's subscribe to them, and by making it look like everything we do doesn't make sense. But at this moment, that everything narrative is changing. That's why, if one of the shows you people can see, I was commenting that we already started sending our kids to all the way from the Gambia to Burkina Faso to Mali to Guinea to learn our language, and because we have our own scripture that we write. all these religions, all these sciences, we already have it, and we started doing a whole lot of work under the ground right now as we speak. People don't know, but there's a lot of things that we are doing behind the scenes. So we should not panic. We can make it. I'm very sure, because I am speaking to you. I'm part of it.
Yes.
Every single day we are doing that.
Yes.
All right, Lozi, go ahead.
No, but that's good. That's good. Let me just respond to him. That's really good. Because that's what we need.
I'm leaving. I'm not here to stay, man. I just want to say something regarding the
No, that's fine.
religious
Go
topic.
on.
Yeah, the religion topic that was going on. That was going on here. Basically Christianity and Muslim. I mean, when are we gonna grow up as black people and leave these things behind, man? It's so disappointing that you guys are afraid to call the spade a spade. We don't need these religions in Africa. What are they doing for Africa? What are we benefiting from this organized religion? We might just get rid of these things and move on with life. Why are we still talking about religion and all these things being a thing? No black person should be Christian or Muslim or whatever Arab they call themselves. Have you ever seen a European or Arab Muslim person trying to follow any African belief? They don't do that because they believe they are superior. We are inferior. We are holding on to their beliefs and we are following their cultures. Let's leave these things behind and grow up as black people, man. And yeah, I'm out, guys. You can continue.
Look, can I go ahead?
I must say,
I
did see some sense in what Lucy said. I really agree with him, but I do see some sense in what he's saying. Go ahead.
It's not. I was going after, and I let Lucy go. I'll be short. Basically, it's not easy. This is something that's so entrenched in our people. To just tell them to forget about it and just pack your bags and stuff like that. I can't see that happening. Like for example, what my brother just said earlier about sending children that are unaware of the cultures or the traditions or the languages to other countries to learn about things like that and come back home. This is one of the steps that we should be taking, to counter some of this narrative. For example, I as a Fuller, I never spoke my language, growing up in Sierra Leone because I don't know how to speak it. It's when the war happened in Sierra Leone, then we went to Guinea, like what my brother just said. It's when I learned how to speak Fuller. I was to lose all my language and my culture to the British Creole, / African way. So it's a good example. So it's easy to buy into something that you find attractive, But however, my point is simple. It's all to do. It goes back to our leadership. If we have a government with institution in place, that guarantee religious freedom in every country and every region in West Africa, that would be a good start. You guarantee that man that believe in tradition, let him have his tradition. You guarantee the Muslim that believe in Islam, let him practice his religion free. Christian, let him go to the church and practice his religion for free.
And it should be tolerant of both sides, because
of course you should be tolerant, and we shouldn't restrict people. I mean, having your daughter married in a Christian, if your daughter is old enough to decide that, leave that to your daughter, right?
Exactly.
So,
and if they want to marry somebody that is practicing traditional religions, they should
leave it to them. Yes, you should educate your children enough to know to make the choice. Then you leave them when they get older to make their own choice. That's good for them, as long as they're not going to the wrong direction. Yes, brother.
Tunaja, can I go?
Yes, yeah, no.
Let
him.
1 second.
Yes, brother.
Olajide hasn't said anything, so we have to.
Yeah, let him respond. Just 1 minute, and I'll let your people talk.
Okay.
To Niger. With respect to, let's say, marriage and stuff, in every society or in every place, you need to have boundaries. If you don't have that one, anybody can infiltrate you. Be it an Arab, be it a white or black, whoever it is, right? If you don't have boundaries, they will just jump in, and then if you keep changing, that means you're not constant. It's going to be always disorganized. So the first thing we should do is let's educate ourselves, know who we are, and also now we can't have to copy not everything, but some things that works for other societies and implement it in ours. And being a Muslim, right? I don't know why people actually even would say, they will jump to, oh, I'm a Muslim force and this one. No, no. Actually, the reason is this way. You're gonna have to reverse it. You're a human being first. And then the first other thing is this way. Allah or God made you to be a black. So why don't you also respect that one? And being a Muslim is like, I'm telling you this way. If you take the Arab culture out, you come to understand, what a Muslim is actually. So all this will not be a conflicting thing for you, because all what Muslim is trying to do is to organize the whole society. The best thing is to educate ourselves about what is these people's belief. What is it that they put this thing in place? It's just like math. You put certain things in order in place to solve problems, right? So all these things, being a Muslim is about solving human problems that we all have in between. That's why they have the Sharia, which means law. It just means law of the society. That's what they're trying to tell you. So how do we organize it in a way that we won't have any conflicts, we will have less of a problems, and then everybody can, relate to each other and live together.
To do that, you shouldn't see other human activity as infiltration. You should judge people according to the content of their character, not their religion, race, or class.
Thank you. Yes, that's the best thing we can do to solve all this, because Arabs are just speaking their language, and when they say Muslim, Islam, they mean something. Let's not just take it just by propaganda in the news. No, they are saying something, trying to understand the context of it, and sometimes some of the things don't apply to you. So we don't, and that's what our problem is coming from.
Don't forget the Berbers that conquered us in the north. They were conquered by the Arabs as well over the years.
Yeah.
So now Berbers, been conquered by the Arabs, tiny minority of Arab. They've been Arabized. So you can see, the movement. Berbers are originally not Arabs. They actually are mixed race people of the Mediterranean and West African children. But they've been conquered by the Arabs, and they've been Arabized. In fact, that's what drives the wedge between the north and the southwest.
Yeah, and one other aspect to this, you see, this stuff, people keep saying I'm this in a kind of fear mongering. This is not fear mongering. Now, because of what you say,
however, I'm gonna
let me just finish my point. Because of this Arabization thing that is going on, they are beginning to even separate North Africa from the other Africa now. They are beginning to call them Middle East. Now they are beginning
to have their own problem, because the Berbers are still there. They're having problem with their own brothers that in the north, because their own brothers in the north are not treating them well. The sub-Saharan Africans, so-called, are not treating them well. So you can see they're having their own problem up there as well, but we don't know about that because we don't interact that much with these people.
Exactly. I think we need to be getting them into the conversation too.
We need to bring them in. We need to bring those Berbers in so we can actually start challenging those little minority Arabs in the north.
Yes, and that is the truth. In many countries in the south, in the southern, in the north, the southern part of the northern countries tend to be Berbers, and some of them even darker, like the Sudani groups in southern Egypt. But the problem is that because of the Arabization of these nations, which they publicly acknowledge, they even call their name, their nations Arab Republic and all that stuff. So that because of it, when they are talking about geopolitics now, they often refer to North Africa as part of the Middle East than they refer to it in Africa. This stuff is happening before our eyes, and we are not seeing it. And this is and now the movement is moving to Sudan again. So we have to start confronting these things.
With Sudan, regarding Sudan, you're right. You're right. I'll give an example. In Sudan, you have the Hausa and you have the Fulani in Sudan that left Darfur Chad and went to Sudan over the years. In fact, after the Sokoto Caliphate rest, it was the Fullers and the Hausa that went into Sudan and helped the Mehdi, or whatever they call them, movement that defeat the British military general that was well known, Rico Gordon. They helped defeated him and succeed the British in Sudan. But years later, these Fullers and the Hausa stayed in Sudan. That's where war originated from anyway. Most of us West Africans. So they stayed there over the years. So while they watched the Arabs, that obviously came over, taking over the country and taking over the country over the years. And then only years later, I don't know if you remember Omar al-Bashir. Yeah. One day, the Fullers had some problem in Sudan. They went to complain to him, and he asked the government, "Who are these people?" Only weeks later, for him to get overthrown by one of these people that are half Fuller and half Afro-Arabs. Because the Fuller and the Hausa went in, and what they did is they breed out the Afro-Arabs, trying to counter them, because the Arabs become more minority because they've been breeded out by black from the West, right? Yes, the Fuller and the Hausa. So and then obviously things become even out. So that's why, if you notice, even though they got brown skinned people in Sudan, there's minority Arabs now, but they still class themselves as Afro-Arabs. But they was targeting the Hausas in Sudan for paperwork, saying Hausas are not from Africa, they're not from Sudan, they're foreigners. Yeah. So the Fullers in the administration say, no, these people, we came here together with them and fought with you guys against the British, and now you're discriminating on them. This is where the military coup start happening. It's in Sudan. The Sudan president and the RSF guy, they both have Fuller with them in their blood. But it's only later these people that you're trying to discriminate against, that settle in your land, actually, you didn't realize these people that help you fight for independence end up staying in the army. They actually take over your country. It's discrimination. So you're right. So eventually they will try and say to you, "Oh, you're not local to this land. You're a foreigner because of religion and because of ethnicity."
So do you think that do you think that we should, in terms of a kind of pushback, should be a kind of ideology, which technically all religions are,
and also Christian country like Liberia years ago. Liberia is still a Christian state, but the Fuller and the Mandinka that live in Liberia, first of all, during the Liberian War, lot of my Mandinka family were killed in Liberia, which was from normal war it turned to a tribal war. Then after when the war finished,
let me ask the question.
but when the war finished to Niger, when the war finished, because Liberia is a heavily Christian state, there was oppressing the Muslims and the Mandinka that live in Liberia. And the Fullers and the Mandinka one time was going to go for one uprising. And I don't know if what happened there, but the Mandinka went out and the authorities went and fought them out with bullets. So you can see some Christian countries in the West Africa, they're quite hostile towards Muslim people, man. So it's not just one way.
So should the agenda, because I think what Lucy said is interesting, because at least what he said was clear. We should do away with religions. Or should we have an agenda of, like Martin Luther King, a modified version of Martin Luther King agenda for the continent, whereby religions shouldn't be arbiter of how we govern ourselves, but based on character, individual natures, so that it will make all these discriminatory aspects of religions technically illegal on the continent.
Yeah, you can.
Can I go?
Okay. Please, I apologize.
Olajide hasn't said anything. Okay, but I asked him a question, to be fair, Olajide, letting you
Yes,
answer.
please, thank you. To Niger, this is where leadership comes in. I will give you an example. Our president our first Mandinka president in Sierra Leone, Alhaji, late rest in peace, Alhaji Tijan Kaba. He was a family to me, to my mom's side. When he came to power, the Fullers and the Mandinka and the other Muslim people in Sierra Leone wanted to uprise and start bringing all this religious stuff in the government. He refused. I remember that. He said no. He said we're not allowing no religious influence on because he's an educated man. He used to work for the United Nations before he came back. He used to be my neighbor and a family member also. So he said he's not allowing it. He's not tolerating it. The country should be circular. No religion should have more rights above the other, or tribe and stuff like that. So it's a legacy he left after the war. So if we have a strong leadership, someone that will stand up and say, no, we're not having that. We should put religion away from politics. I think that's the best way to move forward.
Thank you.
Father, let me comment on that.
I think Olajide has been waiting to talk for a while, so let's just respect him. Then you can go after him. Olajide, please go ahead.
All right. Good day to everyone in the panel. I would like to first go by saying that for us to understand this thing, I feel everybody speaking since morning has been trying to attack the problem from the symptoms, and you think the symptoms will cure the root cause of the problem. I think the person that is closest to this root cause of the problem ever since has been Lucy, that just came in and went out. The first thing is this: what is, when we say religion, what is the concept? What is the mentality? What is the philosophy behind each religion? Now, when we go to the African religion is more about oneness with nature and oneness with your environment, your society, fellow brothers, and that is a major concept behind African religion. Any African religion, for that matter. If you go to Christianity, I would like to say this, and no offense to anybody that is a Christian on the panel. Christianity has to be attached to submissiveness. And part of Christianity is also business and colonization. Those are the concepts behind this religion. And when you come to the Islamic faith, the concept behind it, you can't take away jihad from Islam, and you can't take away conquest from Islam. And if you are going to conquer someone, you conquer the person on every ramification, including the person's language, identity, and reasoning. Now, if this is the major foundation of the problems, this is a concept behind all of our problems. Because if you know if we all know how religion has really created a different form of divides among people. A brother and a sister from the same mother are divided based on the religion they practice. And should the two of them go into a religious argument in the house, it depends on who is a fanatic. Which one is more passionate about his religion? It can get to the point of killing your brother. That is what these religions have done to us. And when we say Arabanization or whatever we're calling it, is the major concept behind Islam. If we go back to history, how it came into Africa, how the Ghana Empire, their kings bowed to the Islamic religion, how the Malian Empire, their kings bowed to Islamic religion, and you can start tracing it back. You understand that this concept is not new. This concept has been there, and it is just that it's not written. It's not coming to the forefront as it is this day. So what I want to say to us is, I feel sorry for Africa. We speak another man's language. We behave like another man. We act like another man. Most of our traditions are being murdered every day because we are trying to be another man. This religion is killing our morals, be another man. This religion is killing our own beliefs because we want to be another man. And what I want to say is this: there's no difference between all this religion. There is a goal behind it, and it's to keep us divided and to control us as a nation and control us in different perspectives. Now, because of this,
Chidi, sum it up in a couple more sentences and then let AY come in.
Okay. So because of this now, you find out that the northern part of Nigeria, that most likely our DNA might look the same. They are divided and they are going against the southern part because of religion. So what I want to say is what Lozi said the other time. We need to find a way to return to what binds us together. We need to find a way to return to our natural religion, what is natural to us, what makes us one with our environment, and not these divisions, the divisive methods that the powerful words that they're using to divide us. That's just my
All
point.
right, all right, brilliant. AY, come in.
Yeah, thank you. Olajide. Good point though, but I would disagree with you on a few things. I think there are things you don't really, I think you don't have for the understanding of them. One of it is the conquest. Issue of the conquest, as it relates to religion, did not actually start with Islam. It started even with Christianity. You need to understand how crusade began, right? And the other misconception is when you say jihad does not necessarily mean war. These are just it's just lack of understanding. When you say jihad, me doing good for the next man is a jihad. Me doing good for me to be a better person is a jihad. So jihad does not relate to war. I know that's what you are referring to. And good point so far. I want to go back to what Niger earlier said. I have always said this. If I have the opportunity to be president of Nigeria, one thing I'm going to do is to keep religion exactly where they belong. Remove religion from the public domain. This has been my summation. Religion is a problem in Africa. I mean, it doesn't mean like everyone, for what I'm saying here is, you are a Muslim, go to the mosque. You can go pray there, pray in your house. You are a Christian, go to the church, pray in your house. Whatever you belong, you believe, do it somewhere. But when you come to the public domain, like for example, our institution, our public workplaces, just like the way we have it in abroad, like in America, in Canada, in UK, in all these countries, you don't hear religion. All my co-workers, for example, to be honest, we've never discussed religion. I don't even know the religion. I don't even know what they believe. But people have what they believe. I'm a Muslim. When it's time for prayer, I have the time, I go to the mosque. When I come to the workspace, it's purely work. So also, this is, I share of the opinion that religion as actually is a setback for Africa in some ways. Mind you, it's not the religion itself, it's the people that are using it to their advantage. The issue of slavery we discussed long ago is still happening.
Thank you.
Like people are using it. So this is where we're getting it wrong. You give somebody religious power, they're using it. For example, they're discussing with politicians, collect their money in the name of religion, in the name you have followers. For me, keep religion where they belong, remove it from the public space, and let the country move forward. You will see more unity. People should not come to, like, for example, come to the workspace and instead of you to be working, thinking of how the country to move forward, you discuss your religion. Religion, we need to understand it is it is the connection between man and God. We are not supposed to put it outside there and using it to rub everybody's faces. This is my whole summation. So I agree with what Niger said last.
So
There's no compulsion in Islam.
Yes.
So you don't have to force anyone.
Yes.
It's just a matter of us understanding the Arabs and their language and how they see themselves. So we can differentiate the Islam from the Arab culture. Let's please do that. Before 1924, I think the Arabs, most of the time, they did not even refer to them. Most of the time, they don't even mix the two of them. But the issue is when they see that they can use it politically, they started saying they will bring the school and they will say Islam, and then I think there's a word for it. They join two of them, which is not supposed to be done. But they don't consult anyone. They think that they own the deen, so they can just rule and then just bring themselves together and then proclaim whatever they want and make fatwas, whatever. But it's better for us to educate ourselves. And Islam, I'm telling you, it's just nature. Anything you do that works with nature is Islam. Go to the Quran, it will talk about it. You can call God any name. as long as it is not contaminated. So let's not look at ourselves like, let's say, our religions or our forefathers are like, we demonize our people. That's how most of the people, they want to manipulate us. They will make us look like our people were devil worshippers and stuff. No, the Quran says that he sends every community, he sends them messengers, and they speak to them in their own language. But still, our people don't understand this. They are Muslims, but they think they need to follow the Arabs or they need to follow the whites. No, every human being is unique in their own way. Like myself here, I'm not going to think like all of you. I'm Abdullah. I'm different from most of you. I know we share a lot of things in common, but actually everybody has their own way of doing things. That's how God makes you. In the nature frame that He makes you, that's how you have to operate in. So let's understand this, all these religions. Let's not just push them away because we are scared of them. No, the better you understand, you educate yourself, the more you can work together. It's like us coming together here. I don't have to agree with all of you to be on the panel. I can disagree with certain points, but as long as the most of our points and aligns, we all tend to do the same thing because we like, okay, we can see ourselves in this, we can see ourselves in that. Let's also, two things I would say. Let's be careful with that, especially if you're not married to somebody. Africans should go do away with this. Oh, I need to love you, I need to like you, this person don't like me, so I have to hate them. No, like Tuna just said before, what is their character? What can they bring to the table? What can benefit all of you to work together so you can use that word to your advantage? But I see African men say, oh, this person is from Nigeria, is from South Africa, or is from Ethiopia, they don't like me. They don't have to like you. They're not your husband, they are not your wife. Let's take that away. Man, come on. Let's go be grown ups and see what benefits all of us in common, that we use that one to our advantage. And the second thing is, I forgot, but I'll come up with that one that I always, oh no, I'll even actually say right now. We tend not to understand the point of view of other like communities or nations. So that is, we don't differentiate between something that is legal and something that is right. Most Africans want something that is right and then is truthful. That's how we operate in our nature. Like the other guy was saying, I don't know his name, the one from Nigeria that was talking about like Africans in their natural state, how we do our spirituality. Yes, because we deal with truth. We want something that's going to make the society work together. But other societies, they don't necessarily, something doesn't have a necessarily truth for them to implement it in their society. It has to be just legal. Something legal doesn't make it right. Let's understand that. So most of our people are very gullible. We don't understand other cultures, other people, how they behave. That's why they can conquer us. And look at us. We are governing ourselves with their laws in our countries. That's why our people would not understand. They go to court, they lose. They would say, why this? This is not fair. This is not true. Because the thing is this way. It would never make sense. We are using somebody else's law to judge ourselves. Think about it.
Thank you, Abiada. Thank you very much. To AY, I didn't mean what I said with derogatory way, and that's why I said apologies to everybody on the panel. But that's my view, anyways. My view, in my opinion. I grew up in a family where my father was a Muslim and my mother was Christian. Okay, and I used to remember when I attend we call it Kewu in Nigeria, in the north, in Kano, because I was born in Kano. So I know what I'm saying when I say what I say. But the truth of the matter is, we need to go back, draw our way of life out of our Africanism, so that it will make sense to us. Then we can live by it. Instead of living by another person's, it is because it is from another person. That's why it is easy for 10 different pastors to read the same chapter and interpret it in different ways to their audience. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? But if it was our own way, we wouldn't have this issue. And that's why I want to agree with what the last speaker just said.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about, problems that we,
we can't just place it on just religion, really, because that's sometimes that would be a silly. That is a silly excuse, really, because our problem are also cultural issues. You know, we have too many cultures in Africa. We have too many tribes. We have too many reasons to be to be divided. You know, we need to start cutting them down into a tinier fraction that we can manage. Because can you imagine Africa become one continent with the cultures in there, the tribes, the amount of religion, the amount of traditional religions, and so on? It's unbelievable. So I think in the long run, the government have a big role to play in in terms of religion and cultural aspect in our communities. And someone was speaking earlier about how religious, scholars are getting into politics. They're very powerful when they're allowed to, because these people can influence politicians more than the general population, and that's a very dangerous precedent to set. Because not everybody in the country will have the same belief. Country like Nigeria is a great example of one of our eldest leader who went out and congratulating how he managed to, Islamize the country when he knows majority of the people in the country are not Muslim, and there are a lot of people that are not Muslim, and there are other people that also follow other religions. We need to stop that, and if our leaders are not leading the right way, then trust me, the population is not going to follow.
Yeah, how does the first become the follower of the last? I don't understand how our people have gotten to this point. I think somewhere along the line we lost our way.
To Niger, we did benefit. There was once when Islam, to be honest with you, let's make one clear point of Islam in West Africa as well. Remember before Islam came, the tribalism was bad. It was really bad. The practicing of slavery from one tribe to another, not one religion to another, was really bad. And Islam came in a way at the right time for our ancestors, especially the Fula, Mandinka, Soninke, Bambara, that actually originate from that zone. It came at the right time because, and also it's trade. It's our trade route that our ancestors did. And they used to go in and out of the continent a lot. And interact with other people, trade with them. We managed to build empires, through Islam. But I don't know one empire that we built in Africa through Christianity.
But
So
we also built empires. Hold on. We also built empires without Islam.
Let me
So
ask
I don't
you.
understand the concept.
Yes,
No,
yes,
I did it on
no,
that
that's true.
narrative that is
That's
often
true.
being sold that it's Islam that we needed to build an empire.
No,
We
but
built
what I mean by
empires before Islam.
that's true. That's true because of the trade that we had with this Muslim world over the years that enabled us to acquire a lot of wealth, and different knowledge. And also, we always been influenced by the outsiders. By the way, if you go back to Mesopotamia, and when the Mesopotamia end, there was a fort that was built in Chad, where Chad is today. It was a military barracks that taught a lot of our ancestors warfare. These are the same people that was taught warfare joined that movement are still the same dominant tribes and people of the region. And
Okay,
also
you know
managed
what?
to
You said
go outside the continent and invade other countries and
you said we learn
and left
stuff from
mark.
people. Let me share this stuff so you see some of the stuff. What our ancestors is actually the opposite. They learn from us. It's not the other way around. So but it's more recently we decided that you know what, we are not good enough. Let's learn from other people instead. I don't know. I think somewhere along the line in the 10th century or so, Africans lost their way. They didn't defend themselves anymore. They just began to buy into other people's narratives. And I don't know, you say it has to do with tribalism. I say it has to do with the kind of leadership we had at that time and the events going on around the world too. It's not only at our own this thing, because Europe was also emerging from just remaining in Europe. Although you had Alexander the Great come out of Europe first, you had the Romans come out, then the Spanish, the British, and all of them started coming out. That's what affected us, I guess. So if one is looking for an answer, that is the only answer one can get from there. But let me just share this video so you see
Oh yes,
what
yeah.
I mean by these people learn from us. It's not the other way around. Let me just share this quickly.
Expands. So where did this myth originate? Well, whilst the original myth is lost in its complete form, we see the earth diver and its associated motifs, including a tree motif for holding up the sky and for the birth of humans, all over the world. We do see variations in Eurasia and North America, but with similar motifs in Africa, Southeast Asia, and Australia. Looking at variations and the evolution of the motif, known human dispersal, everything points to an African source of this myth, and no later than during the African migration around 75,000 years ago. And it is with this information we can look at where this motif comes from. And I don't mean geographically, as I've just done that, but I mean psychologically. Creating land from the sea seems obvious looking at how ancestors may have thought, but land from mud from the bottom of the sea, does that have any significance? Well,
Tonight, the volume is a bit low.
in stories of how
See what I can raise that up. Foley, we can't mute Foley and it's making noise. That's why I'm taking him out. I can't seem to mute him and this thing is making
No,
noise.
I already muted him tonight.
Okay. All right. Let me see if I can raise it. Is anyone not hearing? Let me see if I can raise the volume.
Yeah,
I think
people
maybe.
can't hear this tonight. How did you
Okay,
share
let me
it?
see.
We can hear you, but the video it's the volume on video is quite low.
Smith, and no later than during the African.
Are you able to turn the volume up from your own system tonight, John?
From your device there, yeah. Maybe the source of the if you turn the volume on the source.
Let me see what I can try to. I've been trying to turn it up, but it's not. That's the highest I can get it. Let me see whether there's more.
Now, Pakistan people they said,
Yeah, it's just about the loudest I can get it, you know. Maybe the guy talks quietly. Maybe that's why it just seems quite low, really. But if the idea behind it is that he's saying that all the creation motifs that are here, the source is from the continent Africa, because he used to do phylogenetics, and then he went on to explain some of the earliest myths. And if you look at the New Zealand one, you know, New Zealand is almost like an isolate. It's standing on its own because of the land bridge that they lost. So if you look, he went on to explain that, but I guess I don't know what anybody did. Anybody hear anything he was saying at all? Is he even audible at all?
Sorry, tonight, what's the title of the video, please? I could just research it and listen for my own.
The title of the video is about. Let me confirm what it says. Hold on. It's about the myth, the most ancient myths of the world, the source of the most ancient creation myths. So what it does, I will send the link so you can see there is the research they've done, so you can have it. So all right. So in the end, he circled down to Africa. But let me see if you can just, sorry, that's the loudest I can get it. If I can get it any louder, I don't just want to go straight to his page to do it. So just try to strain your ears a bit.
Comes from, and I don't mean geographically, as I've just done that, but I mean psychologically. Creating land from the sea seems obvious looking at how ancestors may have thought, but land from mud from the bottom of the sea, does that have any significance? Well, it could be argued that it's telling stories of how the world was created and then how humans came after this. And for many people nowadays, they often see these two myths as being one and the same. And we have religions such as the Abrahamic story of the Bible's Genesis to thank for that, merging these myths and their motifs into a single story. But this isn't how most of our ancestors' cultures saw these myths, and particularly the creation myth. And so let me give you an example of a creation myth from New Zealand that may help shed light on how our ancestors thought. Before there was any light, there was only darkness. All was night. Before there was even darkness, there was nothing. It is said in the Karakia, at the beginning of time there stood Tikor, the nothingness. Then was Tipo, the night, which was immensely long and immensely dark. The first light that existed was no more than the glowing of a worm, and when the sun and moon were made, there were no eyes, there was none to see them, not even Katiaki. The beginning was made from nothing. Let's think about that for a second. The beginning was made from nothing. No God, no Big Bang, no dragon slain, no twins were sacrificed. There wasn't even a sneeze out of the great green Arkle Caesar's nose. And this idea, this motif of creation from nothing, is from one of the earliest creation myths, and so probably one of the earliest ideas of creation our ancestors had that we can identify.
So you see what I mean? That's why I wanted to share this. This is one of the oldest creation myths around, and he went on to say that the source of this is Africa itself. And even scientists
Someone's camera is
recently,
showing.
yeah, it's allowed
To
now.
Niger,
Yeah,
to Niger.
yeah.
You know, if let's say I don't know more about the Bible, but when it comes to the Quran, I'll just take it there. Not just I'm trying to emphasize a point. That's why I'm always saying education, education, education. It doesn't matter what language is it, as long as we respect and we like ourselves, right? So the thing is this way: the Quran talks like 75% of the Quran actually talks about Africa. But how many Africans know that all these stories actually is about Africa itself? Yes.
See, what does it matter whether they talk about Africa? I don't. Why do
No,
anytime we talk
no.
about
Why?
Islam,
Why am I saying
Africans
that
will be
one?
like, "Oh, it's an
No,
African
no.
religion." What channel is who is
To
doing that?
Niger, to Niger is behind the scenes here. To Niger, what I'm saying is this way: these good stories that they're talking about that we need to emulate actually are Africans that we are talking about. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The Quran itself is telling you the people that passed on before that were in Africa. Their stories. That's what it's telling.
Yeah, if it is saying that, then why are people not bowing to Africa instead of bowing to Mecca? If that is the case, why are we not? Why is it not African religion and African language they are speaking instead? But you see,
You
this
guys
thing,
realize that the Earth,
this
like,
thing,
that humanity
whenever
is
we say
like
this stuff,
100,000 years old, eh?
whenever we say this stuff, they always patronize us with saying Muhammad's this thing, second in command was a black man, or what is that? What we are getting from it is not good for us right now. That's the point. We can say all we like. Look at what our people are doing to each other. Since when the Islam came into Africa, maybe the first 100 years or 50 years was okay, but guess what happened after that? We have all been decimated. And one of the Songhai Empire, who do you think destroyed it? Was it not an Islamic nation that came and destroyed the Songhai Empire? And there was supposed to be a rule that says Muslim nations do not attack Muslim nation, but yet Morocco came down and destroyed the Songhai Empire. Let's
Yes,
not pretend. Religion
you're right.
doesn't govern people. Genetics and power is what governs people. Religion is not what governs people.
Okay, to Niger, thank you for clarifying all that one. See, I was not even paying attention to if you see my name, it says Nani Mansa, right? That's the capital of Mali Empire. And actually the western part of it was my great grandparents. So what I'm trying to tell you this way, like we the young ones, what I come to understand is most of our people were, they were hoodwinks. They were just being told like stuff just to make them submissive to the Arabs in most cases. And they play a very cynical role to make us look like we would have to throw away everything we believe in without even questioning them that much. This is where we fall for their trap. So like us right now, what we are trying to do is we're trying to go back to whatever we were doing and see where we get it wrong. Because at this moment, that's what we're doing. We're putting money together, sending kids where we're making researches, we're making a whole bunch of things to see where we get it all wrong, that we fall for the crap. And then that's why our empires fell down. And then also like Mali, Shanghai, Ghana, and all that stuff, we can decipher all of it and understand the problem, where it is coming from. Because truth to be told, want to be be submissive or to be to align with nature, it's not a problem. It can be spiritual, you can call it religion or whatever you can call it. And sometimes you translate some things in English from Arabic to English, it doesn't mean that's the actual translation of the word in its perfect sense. No. But what it tend to do is trying to give you the narrative of what they're trying to convey to you. And we need to educate ourselves to a point that we don't fall for it all the time. Every time people come in and they will just conquer ours because we are lack of knowledge. We should not allow that just because, we have a problem, so we have to run away from it all the time, that we've been chased away. No, let's face the problem and solve it. See,
And it should be illegal on the
Yeah.
continent, but anybody that changes to another religion to be persecuted. And because right now there are nations out there in Africa where if you move away from Islam, it's illegal.
Yeah, because
Can't do that.
you see what tend to happen is this way. Most of our people gave up, pretty much gave up, especially whether they call it malams in the Gambia, they call it like imams. I'm telling you, the actual three people in Africa are the main problem. I see. It's the imams, the pastors, and then the politician. These three people are just messing up so bad to the point that we cannot even get away from it. Why did I say that one? It's all, let's say if you come to Islam, it's a whole bunch of people just indoctrinating each other without telling them what actually is in the Quran. That's why I tell my fellow Muslims every time I meet them in America here, I live in America, I tell them, okay, why do you believe in Islam? Why are you a Muslim? Why do you pray? I question them that one. Why? Because I want to challenge their thought process. I come to find out that most of them are because they find their parents there, they find the community there, they feel guilty that if they question things, they will be punished and stuff. Because they are more demoralized to the point that they cannot actually. There's somebody who said something when we were born. They say some stuff in our ears and stuff like that. Actually, that one is not a bad thing to say, but the thing is this way. That is a point. He has a point when he says indoctrination starts from there, because you don't tend to question things, and that's an African problem in general, not even Islam. You don't question things because, oh, they are older than you, they are this one, that, yeah. It's just a matter of not verification. Most of the time it's not about disrespect, it's about verification. You want to understand things, but most of our elders don't want us to question things. And that's why when the lady in Nigeria was killed, you can see where the problem is coming from. It's not even just because, oh, she insulted a prophet or any of that, but our people don't want to be questioned. They feel guilty, ashamed to be questioned.
But
We
it's not
need to
only in Africa.
understand
The
this.
thing is, you are limiting it to Africa. It's happening all over the world. It's not only Africa. This is happening. And the lady that was attacked, it's not only the lady. There was another Muslim man that was killed because of it. Like if you say the wrong thing, boom,
No,
you
it's not
get
actually.
attacked.
It's not actually
Even a
the wrong
Muslim.
thing. No, but it's not a wrong thing. Like let's say me, if you ask, when I ask them here, they feel furious when I ask them, why do you pray? Even though they see me praying myself, but they will what is in there for you? Why are you asking me that? You can see how much indoctrination does to people. There's something in psychology called placebo. I think there's a placebo for us without that they put for us forward, we just fall for it without questioning it. This is where most of, and Arabs, let's be careful. Let's say Arabs, not put the whites aside. The Arabs are very educated people. They can manipulate. They're very good in manipulation when it comes to how they deal with human beings. And then we fail to understand also that even, let's say, I'm not going to bring a lot of history of Islam, but when the Prophet passed on, what happened? They killed almost the whole entire family, everyone to the kids. Why did they do that? Because they just want superiority. So whoever comes to rule would make sure that they can put their ideology forward. So Africans need to understand every community that's coming to them, they need to vet them. You don't just take everything from everybody. Don't do that. You have to question everything. And guess what the Quran says? If anybody brings something to you, question it. What is the Muslims in Nigeria, Ghana, Gambia, Senegal, or Sudan doing that? No, they fall for the Arabs as long as it's an Arab. So you don't question. Ask any Muslim right now. I don't know if there's something on Muslim in the panel. Ask them if they ever know there was before leaving Africa or before knowing more. If they ever know there's a single Arab that's not even a Muslim. Most of them tend to understand that they're all Muslim. Why? Because indoctrination is to the highest level that you see them as good and perfect people. And what does a good, perfect people do to you when they come? You invite them to your home and you show them your bedroom, you show them your toilet, everything. You take them inside. You don't even wait for to know them. This is where we get everything wrong. We are very gullible people.
Let me say this. I think Bebe Rodriguez, you are saying that in Indonesia, Malaysia, and Singapore is not a good example because Singapore, their Muslim population is 15%. And Singapore is an extremely strong state. They don't tolerate nonsense. And so from that point of view, you can say that Singapore will preserve whatever they've got. I don't know too much about Malaysia, but Malaysia is not exactly next door to the Middle East, and we are next door to them. And the ones that are right next to them, the effect it has. See, today, even the what do you call it, the Iranians are having. This is one of the reasons why they have clash with the Saudis and the other Arabs, because the Iranians are technically not Arabs and they refuse to be Arabs. So how is it that in Iran, that is in the Middle East, is not Arab, but African countries are claiming to be Arabs? So you can see why, to an extent, what the previous speaker said, that we are gullible. We accept everything anybody comes and tells us, and we just buy into their narrative. But sooner or later, we have to start waking up to our own realities and define the world in a way that is even bigger than the way they've redefined the world. If we are the first, you heard some of the mythology of our ancestors. It's one of the most advanced, actually, that says you can have creation from nothing. And do you know that the physicist actually proposed that once? He said the physicists believe that if you have zero, you can create almost anything. Because if you create positive and negative that cancels itself out to become zero, you can basically create anything from nothing. Because it doesn't mean something emerged. Because if you create a positive, this is why some people believe that there's a negative universe and there's also antimatter. Because from positive, you can also get negative, and they can still be zero at the same time. So that is what some scientists have becoming. They are beginning to come around to that, and that creation myth that the guys today is one of the most advanced when you think about it. From nothing, what kind of concept is that? And it comes from the African this continent. So it's something that we have to respect ourselves for what we are, and somewhere we have lost our way.
All right. Let other people
Let me say something.
come in, and then let's hear from
Tunaya, thank you for saying that.
Yeah.
Quran confirmed that everything is, the world was made out of nothing.
Let me say something. So, forefather, the last speaker, really, the way you're looking at this stuff is not actually, it's not like that, really. In Islam is not imposing Arabic to religion on everyone. For example, in my village, I can use you speak the language of majority of the people. I can use my language, even if I want to pray to God, I don't have to speak Arabic to ask God for anything. I can speak my local language. Why you see Arabic language, people try to learn it. Arabic language is the language of the Quran. Like what somebody said here, translated that language to a different language, it will lose a lot of its originality. This is one. So let not have this concept that, oh, Muslim are turning to Arabic in other countries.
Okay, since you went in the direction of the language, no matter how much you translate the language the way they understand it today is different from the way they understand it 1,000 years ago. And when you translate, when the person learns a new language and translates it, the way you understand it is always going to be different. Like if you learn English, the way you understood English 20 years ago is a different way you will read the same definition and understand it today. So there's always aspect of perception, and I think that argument is a little bit how do I put it? It doesn't hold water, because there's no reason why you can see. My concern is that you are technically considering to soft power over your people.
Hold on,
your people have to speak other people's language, just like the English make us speak their own language.
Let me try explain it. So you need to see it this way. During the time of the prophet, the people that were following the prophet, they are not all Arab. You have people from Africa, everybody. The prophet never discriminated. If you go to history of Islam before the prophet, if you go read the history of the Arab, especially the Saudi Arabia, it was like idol worshiping, killing, all form of atrocities before the prophet.
What is different now? They are still killing people now.
Hold on. It's very different.
Sorry, gentlemen, you have to vary the voices a little bit. It's almost as though yeah.
Okay. It's very different, for father, to be honest. And the other thing, when you talking about Africa and Islam, I will tell you how they connect. if the first son of Prophet Abraham, the popular Abraham, we call the Abrahamic religion, the woman that gave birth to his first son is actually an African woman. Technically, that is the source of Islam. That is the genesis. So the woman that gave birth to his first son is an African woman. Hagar was an African woman. We need to understand Islam and Africa, they are very connected. So some people will argue she was a black woman. That is what I can't comment on. Some people will say, oh, it's Egyptian Arab because she was from Egypt. So this is a fact, you know.
But why is it that whenever we talk about these sort of things, we start saying Islam is African? Then why are they not worshiping somewhere in Africa? Why are they not speaking our language? If you don't just, why did you always say these things where you try to say that we should feel like part of it? But they are not treating us like part of it. You saw how they treat us in the Middle East and North Africa.
Again, you going back to
Before you answer that question,
Islam does not speak a particular language. So if I live in America, if you go to mosque in America on Friday, you hear the imam is preaching in English because that's the popular language of the people. If you go to the northern Nigeria, you hear them speaking Hausa. If you go to the Yoruba, you hear them speaking Yoruba. If you go to Igbo, you hear them speaking Igbo. This is what I'm trying to explain to you. The one you hear them reading.
One man said earlier on, when a child is born, the language they whisper into their ear in Islam, is it their language or an Arabic language? You tell me, is it Arabic or the local language?
So you taking this too hard. When a child is born.
No, it's a simple question.
Okay, let me tell you. First of all, it's not compulsory when a child is born, you say anything to them. It's just a sunnah.
But when you do, it's in Arabic.
Hold on. When a child is born in Islam, you do a call to prayer. A call to prayer is just like what you hear in the microphone in the mosque. It's not like anything.
You are trying to say it's obvious. You know, are you trying to say that there's no soft power being considered here?
No, there is none.
You see, now you're in denial.
Okay,
there's no point having the debate. Maybe some people can add to
Naja, it's true. It's true. To Naja, it's true. It's no soft power stuff. It's true.
Hold on, everyone, hold on.
Can I ask you a question?
Everyone includes you.
You said something.
Everyone includes you. Antoinette, then Mansa Musa, then Jide. Antoinette.
Okay, thanks. I'd like to address a little the issue of the language. I realized that in Trinidad, there's a very famous, I'll call him, he's a sheikh. I'll call him an imam, Sheikh Imran Hussein, who has a whole library of videos on YouTube, and he's renowned for his work. Now, I've realized the reason he favors Arabic over other languages, even though he was born in Trinidad in the Caribbean and went to Pakistan for his studies, is that there seems to be the belief that the use of the language carries with it some sort of energy, so that even the way the Arabic is pronounced carries some energy. It's something esoteric, because this belief also holds true for Hebrew, and I'm getting the impression it's one of the causes of conflict in Ethiopia as well. It's based on those esoteric beliefs that certain languages carry a sort of energy, and the way the vowels are pronounced bears its own energy. So it's something that the general population would not understand unless they have access to the books which the imams read, so they can understand why there's this elitism in terms of language. Now, there is soft power involved, because when you tell people that their native language does not have the kind of energy and blessings that the language being imposed on them has, then you have conquered them mentally. You see,
No,
we
that's not
can't.
Dr. Maria.
Yes.
I'm gonna say this.
Well,
That's
well
not
said, doctor.
hold on. That's not actually correct. So I'm gonna say this again. In Islam, you can use so the language of God is what we understand. So you can use your own local language to pray to God in Islam. It's not restricted. When you hear people reciting the Quran was revealed in Arabic. So that's why you see them read the Quran in Arabic. However, you can still interpret the Quran in different languages. There is nothing holding. So this thing, I don't want people to have this belief, right? You are in France, you will use French. Islam, you use language of the people to preach to them, to send them a message. So why you need to understand the Arabic is, okay, I understand Arabic. I'm able to understand Quran better. I can easily translate to French and explain to the people. It doesn't mean everybody must speak Arabic. No, this is wrong. You can
Okay,
pray. You can pray
let
in
me
any
ask
language.
then: is the language considered the language of angels?
Yeah, because he just mentioned that Arabic. He just
Yeah.
insinuated that the
Can I
Arabic is
can I
a
tune in
language
for a
of
second?
God,
Yeah.
which is the most
Yeah, guys are
ridiculous thing
tuning.
I've ever heard.
That's
Yeah,
soft
I wanna.
power now.
Yeah, I want to ask people a couple of questions because I think while we're having this conversation late, the Dwight man has been having these conversations on their intellectual spaces for a while. So we know a few facts about Islam. Actually, my girlfriend is Islamic. I think she believes in Muhammad guy. For me personally, I don't believe in religion. Religion is low IQ. I believe in spirituality because why would you limit yourself to something that was created 2,000 years ago by people who are not your people and for modern considerations that are not modern? So for me personally, I'm a spiritualist. I believe that we, especially as African people, have to understand ourselves, meditate our nature, perspectives, personalities, deep spiritual understandings of existence. I agree with all of that, but the whole idea of religion to me is wrong. Now, secondly, if you even look at the Muslims, and the Muslims can correct me here, but I know I'm correct. Um, when you look at Islamic schools in Africa specifically, very few schools actually teach how to understand Arabic. All the schools, what they do teach is indoctrination of memorizing the Quran and reading and writing in Arabic script, but not to actually comprehend the meaning of Arabic. And every time I've called these Muslims out, instead of saying, you know what, you're right, that's a good point, let's at least teach the meaning so that we can have a cultural revolutions within our religion that we've adopted. No, they won't say that. 99% of the time, what they tell me is, but the Arabic in the Quran is traditional standard Arabic is different from the spoken. How's that got to do with anything? All I said is, why don't you evolve and at least teach them how to understand the language of the religion that you're viewing? All I will say is this, right? In Christianity, they underwent, during Martin Luther and the rest of those guys, the Cultural Revolution, where Latin was no longer the only, acceptable language of, use, right, within any sort of church or teachings. Now, in Ethiopia, they're having similar issues, right? The Amhara and the Tigrinya, or rather Tegaru people, and the northern Tigray, their language that they use in their Orthodox Christianity is simple. It's either Amharinya or Ge'ez. Now the problem there is the Oromos are saying, no, we don't want to speak your language, right? Either that or we leave your religion, and then obviously they join the white man's religion, which is the Protestantism. All I'm saying is this, right, guys? At the very least, why don't Muslims actually teach their children how to speak and understand Arabic so that they can understand it for themselves instead of listening to imams from, I don't know, 2,000 kilometers west, right? And the Muslims say, oh, they have imams too. That's not the point, though, right? The moment where the average Muslim child in Africa can speak and understand what they're reading, I think that will change things a little bit. At least, what do you guys think of that?
Let me answer it. So I get your point. I get where you're coming from. So basically, when you as a young Muslim, right? It is like a level, right? You need to understand how to even read the Arabic. It's not necessarily Arabic for you to understand, be able to read Quran. if you cannot read Quran, you cannot even follow up with the meaning.
I
Hold on.
stop you there. It's
The second-
necessary.
hold on.
It's
No,
necessary.
let me speak. No, let me speak. Don't stop me. Hold on. So the second level is to understand the meaning. When you go to Arabic school, you call it, even in America, you will learn how to speak Arabic. A proper Arabic class. You will learn Arabic as a course. So the Arabic school you're talking about, I'm not sure your name. The Arabic school you're talking about, they are basically pure madrasa. That is what you have in Africa. Go to Arabic school to learn.
So again,
Quran.
what I'm asking is, why
It's not
don't
an
you
Arabic
teach
school, it's
Arabic?
a Quranic
I
school.
understand, but that's the point that I'm making. Why is the
I get your point.
madrasas
You
not
have a point.
teaching understanding? That's the issue I have.
They do in the end. They do teach. They want you to understand the Quran first, then they teach you the meaning. It's just that a lot of people will not get to that second level to understand the full meaning. I completely get your point.
Yeah, thank you for getting his point. Kaizo has a point, and this is my main issue.
Yes.
And I was emphasizing education, 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 because what tend to happen is what Kaizo is saying is this way: if you don't know something, you tend to be just a follower. You don't question things, and to be an African is the worst because most of our parents or elders they don't want to be questioned. They just want one way string and that's it. You don't have to look anywhere else. And that becomes a problem. And then so that means any society or anybody who comes in will just dominate us because we know less, because we don't question anything. We just been put in our submission, and then also we be like submission. Every time somebody comes in and they would just tell us something, we would believe it because that's all what we know. Limited education is very, very bad for us. We need to question things, and what they tend to do is 95% of the time they teach you the Arabic, the Abatasha, but they're not concentration on like developing your Arabic to the point that you can understand what the Quran is saying and you question things, because the Quran says you have to question things. You have the right to do that. But why is it that they discourage that in most cases? I don't know if it's the Arabs. I cannot blame them. For that, I cannot blame them. We have to take the blame ourselves, because what tend to happen is you can see that you can go to the whole you can cram the whole Quran. It's just cramming. You cram the whole Quran, indoctrination, and you don't question anything. And then most of the time you have educated about it. It's a problem.
Masa, I agree with your point. If you see the trend, if you go back and see the trend, when Islam came to Africa, the way they used to do it is you explain to the people, they don't even question anything like you said. But if you see the trend, now people are questioning it more because we have millions of people in Africa that understand Arabic. They question, they ask more questions, because the other thing you need to understand, Quran is not necessary for Arab. Quran is a message to everyone. It's not discriminating. Hey, when a
That's true.
Yeah,
That's
when a
true.
man commits a sin, the punishment is for everyone, not for Arab have their own punishment, Black have their own punishment, India have no. It doesn't work like that. I get what you guys are saying. People are questioning, things are getting better. Like in the olden days, they tell people will go, oh, you have to do this, it's good. People will start doing it without understanding the details, what they're doing. But it's getting way better.
Wait, why do you have
AY, sorry, can I ask a question?
why do you have to learn another man's language in order to question your religion? Something that is like 90% of your life. Like, why do you have to learn someone else's? In order to question things, you have to learn someone else's language. I don't get that.
Exactly my question. Why is it that Africa, we are so diligent in trying to learn another person's way and question another person? Why are we not learning our own ways? That's my question.
So I would throw a rhetorical question. Why do you think millions of people, billions of people accept this religion all over the world? Here is, I will answer it this way, right? So religion, Jewish, Islam, Christianity, they come with a message of God, oneness of God, love your neighbor as yourself. To be honest, before the advent of this religion, it was barbaric way of life. We don't have way of life. Islam did not come specifically to remove our culture completely. What Islam eliminate is the bad behavior, the evil we do it. Don't kill anybody. Don't steal people property. Don't do this. They remove our bad ways. You understand?
Can I
And
ask?
the
So
Can
we
I
were
ask
savages
this?
before Islam. Before Islam
Can
came,
I
we were killing people in the jungle, no clothes, just savages before Islam. We didn't have any kind of morality system before Islam came.
yes,
ask?
yes, that is
Okay,
what I'm
let me.
trying to say.
Wow, that is
AY,
astounding.
Yeah,
let me
one
interject.
second.
Let me
Just,
interject.
just before, wait, hang on, brother. Just before you go ahead, let me just tell the Dusties out there. Go ahead, guys. It's been over 3 hours and 34 minutes. Let's see some super chats. Support Black and African media. But Ola DJ, just before you go ahead, I want to hear what the Uncle Somali has to say. I think he believes in Muhammad and this Islamic thing. Go ahead, Mr. Duale.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I salute you, all of you. Can you hear me, Kaiser?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you,
Oh, great.
brother.
I
Yeah,
am.
go ahead,
Yeah, I
it's
believe
in a
in.
teletal. Do you have good segis? Go ahead.
Okay, great. It's true. When we are talking about Islam, as a young boy in Somalia, I speak Somali, but also we learn Arabic. Before even you go to school, your kids, your mother, your father will send you to an Islamic school, and you will learn the basics of reading and writing Arabics. But as a 14 years of age, I went to a school which was sponsored by the Saudi Arabians, and they teach Arabic and Islamic theories of that in Djibouti. Yes, the thing is, they always say like Al Arab wal Muslimin, Islam and Arabs, Islam and Arabs. And when we does the Africans, like we just small kids, ask them, why are you always saying Arabs? Why can't
Thank
you just
you.
say?
Thank
Why
you.
can't you just say Islam? Because in Islam, the book that we are, by the way, I speak Arabic very fluently. The book that we are reading is not dividing us between Arabs, Pakistanis, Nigerians, whites, Indians. Why always say Arabs? Then later on, we realize this is all soft power. Yes, of course. Any nation will use religion or their culture to dominate you. That's one thing. The other thing is, it is not the real religion that they are talking about. When you look back and read the Quran, you will find in every verses in the Quran, God, at the end of the day, He is saying, use your brain. Why don't you think? Why don't you use your brain? أفلا يتدبرون أفلا
أفلا
يعقلون أفلا
تعقلون.
يتفكرون أفلا يفهمون. If you read the real Quran, at the end of the day is you must ask. You must ask this. You don't need someone to tell you to go to God. We don't have this like Pope Francis in Rome. There is no middleman between Muslims and God.
Yes.
You can just go directly to Him. You don't need a priest. You don't need. But at the end of the day, then we does this in Africa. I was 2012 in my hometown, and it was a Friday prayer. There was Friday Jummah. We prayed. The Imam was reading a book which was written like 600 years ago. No, but like this is the thing. Nobody understands these guys who are just having their camels. They come back, they come to the mosque and they are praying, and they are listening to Arabic. And he is wearing this white dress with this pubba, and it's not even our tradition. You know, we have to also discuss if we want to go to progress. He at the end of the khutbah, he is praying for Imam Khalifa, which was like 600 years ago, is dead. Allahumma yahfad hadil Khalifa. That means God protect. He's already dead, man. That is in Africa. But now I am in Germany. And when I go to a mosque, mostly it's a Turkey people. They don't speak Arabic. They will tell. They don't even speak German. I have to learn Turkey, so I understand. I understand what they are talking about. Now I am halfway. They are speaking their language. So my friends in Africa, the Arabic language is not the Muslim language. Every nation has their language, and they adopted to that religion, and they have imams who speak to them with their language. It is only some corners. If you go to Malaysia, I was in Malaysia 7 years. They don't do the khutbah in Arabic. They do that in their own language. In Indonesia, the same thing. We've been told in Africa that this is a different language, is Arabic language. Arabic language is not a Muslim language. Of course, the book is written in Arabic. But do you understand that Arabs also must learn that language because it is high quality? You think if an Arabic understands the meaning of the Quran? No, they don't. It's high, completely. It's not even an Arabic. It is Lisanu Quraysh. It's one tribe of Arabic. The other tribes, the other clans must learn this clan's language, and somehow they preserve it. So it could not be interrupted in a different way. But I do think we must always know that when it comes to religion, not only Islam, but also the other religions like Christianity, there are some agendas behind that. Some people will misuse that in order to control us. As the brother said, we have to always ask. We just can't just give us ourselves blindly. We have to ask, what's your interest? Why are you doing this? Yeah.
Thank you for confirming all what I was saying. This is what I'm referring to. I refuse it. I'm going back to school to do computer science. But my issue is this way. I don't just go there to get certificates. I need to understand what I'm learning. I just don't want to be told and then the exams is done. I heard horrible things in school here, man. Horrible things. But I don't talk. I just look at them so I can learn.
So can I go on now, Kaiser?
Yes, and then we'll let QT, the Somali brother, go after you.
All right. Sometime and the future is in fact he has said something, a lot of things that I wanted to put back to him that is not true. The first one is that Africa was practicing barbaric religion before the advent of these foreign religions. Now leave it alone to Islam. That is complete lie. Africa were practicing their own religion, their own way. And nobody told Africans that killing was a bad thing. They already knew. Nobody told Africa that stealing another person's property was a sin. They already knew. They already knew all the morals of life before these people came. In fact, they had it in abundance, in the best quality than these people had it when they came. Now, so that first removes the aspect of Arab came to Islam or Christianity came to teach us the right way to live our lives. No.
Let me ask you a quick question. So in Cross River in Nigeria, they used to eliminate twins when twins were born. In Saudi Arabia, before the advent of Islam, the same thing was happening. Do you know how that was stopped?
Religion, progress, but that is not the only location in Africa where they practice good practice and negative practice. In Islam today,
Just say
like
some.
they are talking about even killing people that
let me answer.
that don't practice religion. So let's not go to that morality stuff. Both sides have got shortcomings.
We are learning.
No, I don't. This thing, you know, full well, you are being facetious. You know this truth,
No,
but you just did and see you want to catch somebody out. It's not fair.
You are.
Let's progress. Let's make progress. I like the point you made. That religion should be kept out of the state. But stop trying to be facetious and start asking this question when you know the answer. You know the answer.
Let me even answer him. Well, before the advent of religion, you see, Africa had the situation whereby you can keep your things out there and nobody will steal it. We had most of our ladies that go into marriage were virgins and nobody dares touch them before marriage. And this is the same Africa that was described as half-naked people or completely naked people, even though I don't want to ascribe to that. But even if an half-naked man can control himself by seeing an half-naked woman, I don't know what morals you're talking about again. But now when you even cover your head down to the toes, you have women you cannot even vouch for and men you can't vouch for. So listen, let's not go through that moral stuff. I'm trying to say that these people did not bring what you're claiming they brought to us. If you have read the letter of King Leopold of Belgium, he said, these people already knew God. They already know God, so don't go there to preach God to them. Go there to let them know that the religion you're bringing is better than their religion, so that they can go away from their culture, and then you do whatever you do for the cause of Belgium. So these people came with a mindset. So now, and somebody said something about Arabic language in Africa. I want to say probably because most of these things came with slavery as well. So probably it was not really proper sharing of knowledge. So it could just be an issue of you capturing somebody and forcing the person to learn this language at all costs, and that's why this indoctrination stuff is so paramount in Africa. But you can't compare Turkish society where these people were not enslaved to take the language. They voluntarily went into it, so they will have even learned it the proper way. So what I wanted to say, and again, AY, you stated something the other time. You said Islam started with Agai. I'm sorry to say that a big lie. Islam started 600 years after the Christianity. Okay, Jesus came. That's what we read. So going back to Agai, when you yourself in your own words said before the advent of Islam, they were all ritualists in Mecca and things like that. See, what I'm trying to push is this.
Let me ask you a question. Hold on. Let me throw in a question. Okay. Islam started 600. What is Islam? Do you know what is Islam?
It means peace, right?
No. So Islam means
it doesn't. No, it doesn't mean peace.
Hold
it
on.
means submission to God.
No. Islam means total submission to God. The first man that submitted to God was Abraham. Abraham is a man of faith. If you study the history of Abraham was a man of faith. So you could also attribute the starting of Islam with Abraham.
No, it was Adam. The first man who submitted to God was Adam.
AY, I don't like when we try to twist things. It's like when the Christian religion tells me that Christianity started from Abraham. When actually for you to be a Christian, you need to confess Jesus as your Lord and Savior. Are you telling me that Abraham confessed Jesus as his Lord and Savior?
No, but the Christian. No, but
please,
Islam,
wait.
Christianity, and Judaism, they're all Abrahamic religions.
It means
they're quite different.
Olajide, if Christians are telling you that Christianity started from Abraham, they are also right. That is why you need to know the genesis of Christian, Islam, Judaism is from Abraham.
Christianity started with Jesus Christ, and Islam started with Muhammad.
Academically, AY is right. Basically, AY is right.
You Olajide, you don't get it. I don't know how.
No, wait. AY, I get what you're trying to say. This is what they preach to us, church. Okay, I get it. But what I'm trying to tell you is this: when they say Christianity started with whom? The death of Jesus, and after the death of Jesus, his disciples were called Christians. Before that, there was nothing called Christian. Okay, let's take that. If you say Islam, if you say
one second, Olajide. Let's let the Somali brother go first, then we'll go around between you guys. QT, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there, bro. I was gonna say at this. Yeah. What were
ahead.
you saying, Kaidi? No, go
Yeah.
ahead.
So, what do you think of the conversation? Go ahead from wherever you want.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like most of the people are saying Islam was not what do you call was not made for the African people. That's not true. Islam literally developed more than Africa, bro. before before Islam, Africa was pagan. I'm not gonna lie. People were following some pagan ritual shit, and thank
No,
God
I
for
will stop. Who is this? Kadi, I'm sorry to say that. No, that's not correct because
No, it is
that
correct,
contradicts the
bro.
Quran.
Why?
Because the Quran says that he sends other nations before Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. He
Yeah,
sends
but we
them
don't know.
messengers.
No.
So remember, you can say some.
Okay.
You can say some. I'm just trying to clarify. You can say some.
But I'm talking about the African religions, bro.
Okay, maybe some. You just say some.
No, not
Yeah.
some.
Okay.
Most
Go
of them.
ahead, Q-Tip.
90%.
Guys, we should be careful when we are saying in Africa in general. We must remember Islam did not go to Medina, which is the second holy city in the Islamic world, but it came to Africa first. When we say Islam, Africa, we have to go and break it down. We cannot just say Africa.
Yeah, Ethiopia is a significant place for Islam. Very significant in the history of Islam.
Yeah,
You can't write
we're talking about generally, right? But we're talking about generally in Africa. We're not talking about a specific case for Africa. Yeah. So people over here are saying Islam is an Arabic doctrine is completely wrong. It's just because it's
Yeah, but we know the first kingdom or the first king who accepted Islam was an African, who even gave them asylum to the Muslims who was fleeing from the oppressions that the Quraysh, the people from the Muhammad, was an African Ethiopian, and he gave them asylum. Yes.
Abyssinia.
So when we are the Africa were already having civilizations. Yeah, that's true. Some maybe don't. So we have to be very careful when we are labeling Africa as like they were all naked and they were all chasing monkeys.
I don't care if
it's not right. I'm not going to
okay,
accept that.
Okay, hear me, bro. I'm saying I don't care if they're naked. I don't care if they're they're in their castle or whatever they fucking doing, bro. It doesn't matter as long as they're not following the right path. They're still pagan, bro.
But who are you to say the right path? Because before Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, God confirmed to you that there are others that He sent to other nations. That's why even when they came to Africa, like my people, they did not just come and say, "Oh, these people are barbaric." No, actually, they found them going to do good things, and they aligned with them. Especially the people that went to Spain to fight.
Yes, true.
Again, bro, you're going in a circle. You going in a circle. I'm just talking about the main point, which is God's teaching. If you're not following God's teaching, then
But that's what I'm saying. What is God's teaching? Is it not the Quran that says that He sends the other ones before the other ones? Arabs are just lost people.
Them, bro. No. Why are you talking about it? I'm just talking about the people that I know. For example, let's say ancient Egypt. They were pagans, bro. We know that. They were pagans.
You can't say that. You can't say that. Yusuf was in Egypt according to the Quran. Be careful. Be careful. Let's say some. Please just say some.
I'm talking about the Egyptians. You're talking about the what do you call it, Beni Israel. I'm talking about Egyptians.
Egyptians were Kiptis. They were Christian, my friend.
Exactly.
They were not barbaric.
Doesn't matter, bro. Okay. People are just going in a circle at this point.
Anyway, this is another topic, but you can ask any. I can't speak all the tribes in Africa, but I can speak my tribe in Horn of Africa. Before Islam came, of course, there were some bullshits were going on. Like there was a king called Bu'ur Ba'ir, and whenever a young man going to get married, he has to give his wife to this king for like 2-3 nights, even 1 week. So he could do what he wanted to do. There was a woman who was very strong. This is a documented history. And when the Islam came, yeah, they abolished all that, of course. And but it is not every tribe in every corner of Africa was dusty. No, no. Some of them were
No, no,
having civilizations.
no, that. But one of the people in the comments saying why people wear Arabic clothes, eat Arabic food. What's wrong with that? Even if they do that, what's wrong with it? I see nothing wrong with it. I don't know why people issue when people just accommodate other
Elijah,
people's
if the
culture.
stuff is not over, I might be back. But thank you
Uh,
all of you. I learned a lot
yeah,
from
I
all
think
of
it's
you, and then hopefully Africa will just see this, the sun rising one day. But it takes us 1 or 2% to start something to do about our condition. We all know it's negative. Let's make it positive, please.
Thank
imagine
you,
making.
Nani Musa. Nani.
Thank you.
Yeah, but the same energy we should also have the other religions. When we are talking about religions in Africa, most of the people who are talking about are these people who are not believers in Islam, and the other people who are defending Islam, they're just talking about feelings. But we have to give also the same smoke to Christianity. I don't see two ninja coming here and telling us the Christianity is good, is bad for us. He always give his smoke to Islam, and this is half of the population of Africa, and nobody's going to believe you, my brother, when you are coming on negatives. Yeah,
DJ,
even though if you. Yeah?
DJ, see, here.
Hold on. Let Mike come in, and also, if you're not speaking, make sure your mic is muted so that your background noise does not interfere with the feed. Mike, come in.
All right, thank you. Yeah. You see, I've been listening to you guys. You know what frustrates me is when Africans are having conversation. The idea of just generalizing and just describing Africa as just one monolithic environment. It's like, oh, in Africa we're doing this. No, Africa is not a monolith. And also, when you guys want to describe Africa, usually what I notice is you look at the least common denominator, like the worst, and point it out, and you just say, in Africa we do this. For example, AY was like, in Africa, we're killing twins. Stuff like that, In Calabar, they say they accuse them of doing killing twins, whatever. But in Yoruba land, we worship twins. I type in the comment section. Look, we worship Orishas. That's Orisha called Ibeji. They are twins. We celebrate twins. Twins is something we worship. So when you want to say, oh, in Africa, we're doing this. Oh, no, you say in Calabar something. And even that Calabar thing has been debunked because they said people went to Calabar to actually trying to find out what this whole they were killing twins was all about. And they find out that there's no explanation. It's probably one rumor, probably maybe this white lady that came up with that stupid story, this British lady. Maybe she went there, she saw one crazy person killing twins, and she said, oh, in Calabar, we're killing twins, and we stopped it, because obviously back then the British were just trying to cover their ass for all the evil they did for the past centuries, the old slave trade. They came to Africa trying to make it look like they come, they are the good ones. They have the monopoly of morality, and they came to teach us how.
Bro, you see.
Sorry, I had to call that came in. So this game propaganda we didn't start waking up. And when the Somali guy came saying, oh, the Africans didn't know teaching, they said the teaching of God. I mean, come on, are you kidding me? Do you know the whole Africa? You say we don't know the teaching of God before the Islam came? Are you kidding me? Have you done research on the fastest growing religion in the world, which is the Yoruba religion, which is all about teaching of God? It's all about God. So I think you guys have limited knowledge of Africa. I will advise you guys. Give me a second.
I'm not only talking about Africa.
Mike,
if you want to describe, I think this is how we should be having a conversation. If you want to describe Africa, just describe where you come from. Like, oh, where I'm
exactly,
from.
Exactly. That's why I stopped the guy and said, break it down, Africa. Don't say in general. That's why.
Just say where you're from. You were doing some paganic, whatever I ever describe it, pagan shit. I don't know what the hell is pagan. I don't do pagan where I'm from. I do. Where I'm from, I don't describe my spirituality, my religion as pagan. So just say where you from. So if we want to talk what you were doing back then, Talk about where you from, what you were doing back then, where you from, not where everybody was doing. Because we were not all doing the same thing back then. So let's learn how to have sensible conversation and not just
Mike, you said good,
Mike, thank you.
but let's speak facts here. You just said Yoruba religion is the fastest growing religion in the world. Please, withdraw that back.
Yes, go look it up. In Europe, wait. In Europe, the fastest in South America, in Europe, they are adopting the Orisha religion. Yes.
Orisha is not even the fastest growing religion in Yoruba land in Nigeria. We are talking
No, in Europe, well, you guys are still backward in Nigeria. But go and look it up. Go and look Central America, even the United States.
That's not correct. That's
you don't know. Just say you don't know. The problem with Nigerian is when you don't
Mike,
believe
you are
something,
correct.
you say it's
You are
not
correct.
Listen. If you don't believe something, you say it's not correct. How about you go verify and then you come back to me and say, oh, I looked it up and I found out it's not true. But don't say because it's ridiculous for you to accept means it's not correct. I'm telling you.
You can Google it and share it with us. Yeah? Everybody will share it with the
Well, I'm not. I give my submission. If you don't, I'm not here to shove it down your throat for you to accept it. It's my submission. And if you want to challenge me, you're gonna look at the fact and come back and say, oh, I looked it up and it's not true. Don't say because it sounds strange to you.
Google the fastest growing religion and share it on the panel. Show it to us.
Well, I'm not, like I said, hey, if you're ignorant of what's going on in the world, then that's your problem. The fact I'm telling you is go look it up. In South America, Central America, even the US, even in Europe, Italians, it's not publicized. But go and look it up. They are adopting the African religion. They accept that that's the original religion.
People on this platform, they are all over Africa, right? So
bro, in Africa, nothing is growing. We are backward. Yeah, it's fastest outside of Africa. Maybe you're misunderstanding me. In Africa, of course, it's not. Because we're still backward. We're still trying to figure out a way out to get out of Islam and Christianity and things. That's why you guys are talking here. But I'm talking about outside of Africa. We're talking about in Europe, in South America, in Central America, in North America. People are discovering that the African religion is the original and they're adopting it. So
Mike, can I
go look it up. Go do your research. I don't want to argue with you, but just go to look it up. Take your time.
Mike, can I give you a supporting point? AY, if you don't know, it is true. What he has said, I've looked it up, it is true. The fastest growing religion in the world, as it is now, is the African Yoruba religion.
Can you share it with us?
Just calm down. I don't, you see, that is one thing I have with when it's something that when it is your thing, you tend to discredit it. No, see, I'm not a Muslim, I'm not a Christian. Wait now, let me say what I want to say. Wait, let me land my point, then I can now give you whatever you want to get. Mike, please. The Ijo Orunmila, they have the Ijo Orunmila everywhere in Nigeria, and they have congregation. If you know the number of people that are turning
it's
back,
not even Nigeria. Let's not talk about Nigeria, man. Nigeria is not even a place. Let's talk about United States, in South America, Central America.
No, Mike, I'm not talking of Nigeria now because I'm in Nigeria. Okay, I'm talking of Nigeria now. Now, in John Romila, they are becoming more popular and they are having their parishes or I don't know how they call it everywhere. And do you know something? When I watch those people the way they do their things, I realized that what we do in the church was an absolute copy of what those people did. What they do in their service, they have hymns. From songs like hymns from our traditional wherever, they have everything. So I would not be surprised if these white people came, saw it and copied it and went to go and do it. But to buttress your point, in the South America and in Europe, it is the African Yoruba language religion that is the fastest growing in the world. Thank you.
Olajide, you're wrong. Totally wrong.
Islam is the fastest. Google it. Islam guys. I don't think if you are following the news correctly, but the fastest religion. The fastest religion in the world now is in Islam, and unfortunately, it's not just Islam. It's just one section of Islam, and it's called Salafi Wahhabi, and that's been sponsored by who knows.
Brother,
You must know
when,
that.
when we are talking about religion, in this case, what we are saying, Islam and Christianity, they are already there. Okay? We are talking of the religion that is catching up, that is growing now. We are not talking of Islam. If you tell me Islam and Christianity, they are growing. I do, every day they have converts on a daily basis. I'm not going to argue that with you. We are talking of what is coming up. That's what we are talking about.
I don't know where in South America and Central America that Islam is growing. Islam, maybe you can say in the Middle East, yeah, and Africa or something. Because Africans, of course, they stay backward. They're still looking for somewhere else for everything, you know. So I get that. Maybe I take my word back, not in the world, but exception of Africa and maybe Middle East. But if you're talking about Europe, you're talking about South America, you're talking about Central America, it's anywhere people discover the African religion, find the truth in it, they dump Islam and Christianity fast.
Yeah.
And they will tell they will tell you this is the original. This is where all these other religions stole from. It's the original. It's real. It's raw energy.
Yeah.
There's
One
no
second, Mike. Let me just address the super
artificial
chats.
God, you know, that you guys do and put your head down for invisible Allah, invisible Jesus. No, this is real, raw energy. And they accept you. They people that come and counter and learn, study, they know that this is the real original spirituality of human beings, and they adopt it quick. And the Americans are the moment they learn about it, they adopt it. The Black Americans go do research. The fastest growing among them, among Black Americans, is the African religion. In South America, it's the fastest. But let's leave Asia and Europe. Asia and Middle East alone. But even in Europe, Italy, United Kingdom, even Russia, Ukraine, Europe is fastest growing. It's just not publicized. But we that are in it, we know what's going on.
Right. Now, let me just address the super chats quickly. Shout out for $20 from Ike. It says, in support of Caesar's future growth, may he master his feelings and fulfill his destiny of becoming a high-level god. Yeah, one day I believe Caesar will stop being a bitch and become a god. That's true. Shout out to Caesar for $5. In Yoruba land, Islam is the fastest growing religion. They even ban Yoruba religion in Ilorin. Ilorin, yeah, interesting. Is this true?
Yeah, that was in Kwara now. Just recently, they were saying the lady is not allowed to go outside to go and conduct a festival. You know, it's like this is the most ancient. It's more ancient than the Islam, and they are now coming and to ban others.
So much brainwashing that was done to the people now in Africa, especially in Nigeria. So now, growing up now, we all know what's going on.
I'm going to search now what Yoruba religion is. It's the first time I heard.
Do you know that the first
you didn't know? Oh.
No, I never heard Yoruba religion, my friend. I'm sorry, I'm so ignorant.
No, I'm talking to Africans there. So of course, you guys are still, the IQ, just like Kaiser come to say every day, the IQ of an African is the IQ of a baboon. So we're still backward there. So we're the one that haven't got the memo yet. Everyone else has gotten the memo. Like even in Europe, most of the people still haven't gotten the memo. They've been so brainwashed through propaganda. Like, guys, so do you know that the first place in Africa why people brought TV was Nigeria, Yoruba, in fact, for that one reason, to kill our spirituality. And they use propaganda over the years just to demonize the African ways. Demonizing to the point where many people started running to Islam and Christianity. But now, most of them are, with the advent of information, age, everybody's now looking and realizing that all their life they've been brainwashed about who they are, about what their own spirituality is all about, and they're all running back to it. Those that discover it, they're running right back to it. Those that are still lost, they're still dying, they're still denying and fighting against it. So Black man just need to regain his consciousness. That's all that I would say.
We have to repent to our own religion, our own people's. Our true religion is putting our people first, and everything else second. This thing where we believe that one language is the language of angels, and the other people look better than us. This I was speaking to an Hausa person, and he acknowledged that their standard of beauty is basically an Arab woman. So it tells you these things have an effect. It's not, and they are in Nigeria. It's not like they are in Northern Africa or anything.
So I remember growing up.
It's an Arab woman.
Tonight, I remember growing up in Nigeria now. Every movie is about promoting Jesus, promoting. Instead of most of the Hollywood movie, even they still do it to today. They'll promote Jesus and demonize African this thing. From this big, as soon as the white man brought it to TV to Nigeria, that was what they started doing. Demonize, promote Christ, demonize the African way, and make some fake movie about Jesus Christ coming to conquer the deities. And I mean, just brainwashing, man. Like so much brainwashing. Like we all grew up watching, getting brainwashed. And most of our schools, you have to learn about Bible studies and all that. You don't learn anything about your own traditional studies. It's Bible study or the Quran studies. So they do a lot of numbers on our mind.
AY even said that they are even allowed to marry a Christian and Muslim, a Christian and a Jew, but not a traditional person. You can't. No Muslim is allowed to marry a traditional somebody from a traditional base. You have to either marry Islam.
Let me just come in. Sorry, let me just come in for a microsecond. Just that thing you were saying about your friend Tunaja, the one that said the standard of beauty is an Arab woman. It's a plantation. It's a plantation analogy. Back in those days, in those slavery days, the lighter your skin is, the closer you are to the manor house. And if you're a mixed race, of course, we all know how they became mixed race in that plantation space. If you're a really light-skinned mixed race, then you walked in the manor house, and the darker your skin is, the more to the plantation you were. So
one man is still like that in the Black American community today.
One man is correct. One man correct.
He's still today. It's not even just back in the days. Guys, remember,
and it's also still like that on the continent too.
No, not as much as United States.
Let me just land it. For a Hausa man to say the standard of beauty is an Arabian woman, that's a plantation mindset.
Exactly. That's what I told him. And when he was describing it, he didn't know. He didn't know until when I said, you are not describing your own people. You're describing an Arab woman. He acknowledged it.
Because, forefather, that is deep in our culture. Even my tribe. This is why, like they're trying to get their daughters to marry to someone lighter skin, or, it's this color inferior. And obviously you got the religion that comes in it. So it's just like layers of things that actually affecting our people's psyche without knowing. And it actually it makes you become submissive to other people's way of life without realizing.
Kaiser, were you playing Charleston White's ranting yesterday? Was it? I'm telling you, man, when I came to America, like Black Americans like gave that, oh my God, if you're dark skin, you're in trouble. Like you are in trouble, especially now when you come from another country. You are in the way that we come at you, like their own brainwashing. I don't know. I mean, they did it to all of us, and the continent as well. Like this, so closer you are to white, the better human being is, and the darker you are, the more you have to be hated. Like their own is ridiculous, man. Like the way that guy, Charleston White, the way the guy was going on, I had a Black American go off on me like that many times. Like you African, it's like the instinct is just to have that hate for Africa. Like some of them, like after a while, and the funny thing was when I was growing up in Nigeria, I used to look up to them, like see Black Americans, these cool people. When I came to America, the way they will come at you, I have to be fair. It's a very ignorant one. Highly educated one won't do that. Of course, they know better. But those ignorant ones like that, that's where they see you. Like Africa, oh my God, they will launch at you. Like especially if you're dark in Africa, you're in trouble. You're in big trouble.
Yeah, I mean, even in the UK, for example, is the same thing. When you come across Jamaican, the normal roadman and stuff like that, they tend to look down on you anyway, because they feel like they got Scottish blood in them, or they got satin. Is this plantation mentality? Is the culinary?
I mean, the looking down is one thing, but the hatred is just another. The one I don't get. I mean, the looking down, thinking you're better. That's understandable. If you think you're lighter, you're better. That's understandable. But the bigotry and hatred because someone is dark skinned is what I don't understand. Like this guy, they'll see a dark skinned African person, they just start insulting the guy. Like I'm like, this is beyond thinking you're better. This is literal hatred.
But you can say the same thing with us Africans, though. We look down on each other.
But nobody, that's what I'm saying. The African one is more of, okay, you've been conditioned to think lighter is better. but you don't have that bigotry towards someone that's dark skinned. In Africa, the people who's
Yeah.
like, come on, you don't have that bigotry towards the person. You just assume you're better, but you don't have hatred for the person.
Yeah.
That's the
Yeah.
difference.
So,
You know?
Mike,
No, but that's
when
to
it,
do with slavery. That,
yeah,
that's
Mike,
to do
when are
with
you gonna?
slavery because they see you,
Yeah, go ahead now.
yeah, they see you as someone that sold their ancestors to slaves. So as soon as they see you, it's like it's the way they see the white man. That's how they see the African. You know, let's be real. You
No,
know,
no, trust me, they say the white man
no,
better, man.
no. But what I'm trying to say is the hatred side. It's not about the admiration side.
It is, it is. If you're a light-skinned African,
Yeah,
Black American will accept you and worship you. In fact, they will celebrate you.
yeah.
If
The
you're from
hatred.
Africa, I'm telling you, like my mom, she's very light-skinned, right?
Mm.
The moment Black American met her, oh, you're African, oh, and they embrace that.
Yeah,
If you're a light-skinned African, Black American will like you. They want to be your friend. They will even they will forget you're African. In fact, they will try
yeah.
to convince you to stop calling yourself African. So it's not about the slave trade shit. It's a lie. It's just
No,
the
but
hatred
no,
for
no,
that
no, no,
dark
no,
skin.
no. In time, you're not getting it. You're still not getting the point.
I know what you're saying. You're saying because we sold them,
The
but that's not
hatred.
true. That's not the reason.
I grew up with Caribbeans in the UK. Yeah, I grew up with them, so I know the factors because they honestly told me the reality is, because as they were Africans sold their ancestors to Europeans, so they therefore hold grudges on Africans, based on that fact. And in terms of looking down on Africans, for whatever, for more acceptancy, that's definitely, you're right on that. But regarding the hatred towards Africans, yeah, stem back to slavery. That's what I was told, and based on my experience, that's what I see. In terms of them looking down on you, is based on want to be looked at more accepted as the black race than the African. It's a psyche thing.
So sorry. Can I say something?
Yeah, go on.
I just want to say something. See, it's a pity for us as Africans that we are not seeing the truth. For all the nations of the world that have been giving the Western world a hard chase for their money on every ground, technologically, everything, these people have succeeded in doing something. They kept their culture, they kept their tradition, their language, and they kept
Not
their
true.
religion.
Not true. Olajide, not true. True.
Wait,
Yeah.
please.
Yeah.
Wait.
Yeah, I'm listening.
India might have language. India might not have kept their language completely because they were colonized, but they kept to their tradition. They still do things their own, the way their forefathers did it. If you go to China, they never adopted foreign language or foreign whatever. Go to Japan, these people are giving the West the run for their money. But when it comes to Africa, you want to develop like the West, but the first thing you do is condemn that very thing that makes you, your tradition and your culture and your language. That is what I find funny about we Africans.
Hey, I like to be really fair. To be really fair.
I mean, I'll give you an example. In the UK, I mean, in England, Christianity wasn't the religion before the Romans came here. So, and in fact, if you look at the population, they went the same. I just came from Wales, right? When I was speaking to you guys earlier, I was in Wales. I live in a city that almost bordered to Wales. From Bristol to Wales, it's like where I live to Wales is 10-minute, 15-minute drive. Yeah, but they're not the same people. The Celts are different to those English people here. You can tell they was invaded and pushed over that side. The Scottish are not the same. So there's nothing permanent, as religion or culture in life. As time goes on, evolution happens, things changes. Yeah, but it's about maintaining certain things in there. Yeah, that makes you as people, and keep you as a collective. That's what is more important. I think that's what we should focus on.
Hey, I like you to be fair. With saying the Indians, they kept their things and everything like that. You have to understand that the deliberate to kill the culture and the way of the people, they didn't really do with the Indians. There wasn't really much propaganda against their traditions and their way of life when the British were dealing with them. the British, the West, they know that the strength of the African is their connection to their spirituality, their nature. That's the strength of the African. They know that. And the knowledge of the African is enshrined. It's more of in the secrets. In Yoruba land, we have the Awos, the secrets, people that keep the courts, you know. They know that. And that's the threat. So they deliberately want to kill that. So the program, they literally spent billions in pushing missionaries into Africa, billions in the media in Africa to condition and brainwash. There was an attack. There was deliberate work done on the Africans. Whereas the other people, there was no work done on them. They just want to. In fact, they don't really. In fact, the Europeans don't need India for anything because India is not a rich land. You understand?
Yeah.
It's
No,
not
Mike.
where the colonization of India wasn't. India was not a place. The British abandoned India at one point because there was nothing there really for them to take. Their main focus on
Mike, it
Africa,
was just spice. They went there
the
for spice.
motherland.
They went there
Mike,
for spice.
I agree with you. I agree with you what you've just said. But what I'm trying to say is this. Now on this platform, every one of us know that this is the intention of these people. And still on this platform, you still have people that have the ideology that their culture or their tradition or what their forefathers believed in is inferior, is barbaric, is pagan to what the whites brought, and we want to be great. That is what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm pointing at. We cannot be great without what makes us who we are. We can't be great without what
It takes a
makes
while
us
to
who we are.
detox a mind. You know, it takes a while to detox a mind. So you can't expect people to, even if you break facts down to people, right? It takes a while for them to really on what's the word? Take away what's been they're used to just accept something. It takes a while. Change takes a while. I know, trust me, I've been around people, even me, like literally I come from a bloodline of African spiritual practice where my great grandfather, my grandfather, the high priest, even the town, they give the king gave him a name, you understand? So my father was the first generation of missionary educated, and they brainwashed him where he got confused, he abandoned the tradition and started Christianity. And then I was born and raised in the church. By the time I discovered my root, my tradition, like, something is going wrong. Like, because the dating in the family was really disturbing us. I was being disturbed, like, until through divination, I've discovered that we abandoned our family traditions while we're having problems. Like, things were going bad in the family. But even when I discovered that, it still took me a while to finally abandon Christianity because it's been soaked in me because I was born and fed Christianity. So it took me a while to let it go. It's not that easy for someone to just to detox yourself. It's something being fed. You were born into something. It's very hard. It's not that easy to just abandon it. It'll take you time. So it took me at least some few years before I finally like okay, no, I gotta let this Jesus thing go. It got to a point I was even doing both Christianity and tradition at the same time. So
Mike and Olajide, so instead of you thinking some people here they still have this kind of belief, why don't you try be able to convince these people why they should follow what your great forefather believe and what you believe? Do you think you are smarter, you are more intelligent than billions of Christians and Muslims that are believe in one God? Why don't you understand that we are not fools? We study this religion, we study this history.
What did you study?
Hold on.
Which religion did you say you studied?
Hold on. I studied both religion. That
Which
is
one?
why we accepted God.
He's a Muslim, so he must have studied Muslim.
Hold
We
on,
need to
hold on.
respect. We need to respect people's religion and their beliefs.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
hold
we
on.
do.
Yeah.
There's no
So
question.
the discussion you're supposed to give to us, convince us, let us know why we should follow your religion and your forefather religion. Then maybe somebody can be convinced instead of telling us we don't know what we're doing.
Okay. One.
And that's
I'm
a
not
great
here to
point.
wait. Let me answer this. For one, let me. This is very important. We worship one. We believe in one God. That's one thing you have to understand. In our spirituality, we believe in one God. In fact,
What is his name? What is his name? What is his name?
What is the name of our is Olodumare? If you're Igbo, don't they call is God not Chukwu in Igbo? The concept of one God is the African thing. I don't know why people keep thinking these Africans don't believe in one God. The concept of supreme God In fact, if I tell you that, I will tell you what's shocking. You know that my Yoruba religion is almost identical to Christianity. Do you know that? Let me tell you. Okay, in Christianity, you have the supreme God. It's called God, right? That's the supreme being. And then you have angels, Angel Michael, Angel Gabriel, and all these angels, right? In our spirituality, we have supreme God, which is Olodumare, and we have angel, we call it Orishas. This identical. You have a supreme prophet called Jesus. We have a supreme prophet called Orumila. It's identical. So this other Abrahamic religion were actually born out of Africa. They were. The student of the philosophers of Greek and all those people were students of the Africans. They went to Africa to learn spirituality, and they came to create their own religion in Europe and all these other places. Abrahamic religion. So the birth of religion came from Africa. Very identical to even the Shintos in Japan. So when you guys look at Africa and say, oh, they worship idols, they're doing pagan, all these names you're talking about, you don't know what you're talking about because you have no knowledge of African spirituality. That is speaking out of ignorance. So two,
But
your
then
point saying,
you shouldn't criticize Christians. You need to respect
no,
Christianity as well.
But listen to me. What I'm here to criticize is the deliberate attempt by Europeans, foreigners, to come and demonize and brainwashed our people to become who they are not. That's my issue. I don't have problem with you being Christian or Muslim or anything. That's your life. I'm not going to come attack you. It has nothing to do with me. And second of all, spirituality is not an organized religion where you go convert people. We don't do that. It's personal. In our way of doing things, in our tradition, we don't go out to try to preach people like, come and give your life to this and that and that. No, it's not. Everybody have his own deity in his house. Everyone have his own connect. We call something called the Ori, your consciousness. You pray to your consciousness. You pray to your deity, your own personal. So everybody do his own. It's personal. But people come to learn from each other. We come together to learn. But there's no profit or anything in going to convert people. I don't do that. There's nothing in there for me to go and be converting people. There's nothing in there for you to convert into my tradition. There's nothing in it for me. You understand what I'm saying? So you telling me I should go out and be converting people? No, I don't do that. That's not my thing. There's nothing in there for me. In Christianity and Islam, yeah, they do that because part of the reason they do that is for conquest. They need you to become a Muslim and turn to Mecca to pray. So you look to Mecca as the land of your spirituality. A Christian, they convert you because they need you to look to Europe. They give you the white Jesus, so they have their own agenda. That's why they go around trying to convert people. It's an agenda. But in our home, what's the point of me trying to convert you to practice my thing? There's nothing in it for me. You understand? So we don't do that. The only reason we come here to talk is just to share the knowledge of what happened, what's going on, why we are where we are, why people think the way they think. That's all we are doing here. I'm not here at the end of the day trying to convince you to come practice my tradition. No, I don't care. You understand? So, sorry, just to let you know. Yeah?
No, but I think you should care then. When you believe this is the savior of Africa or humanity, then you should preach it and you should let other people also to follow you if it is the right thing.
What is in it for? Let me tell you, in our tradition, they say when a student is ready, the master appears. The master don't go looking for students because the master doesn't need the students. The student needs the masters. Even in our tradition, it's a lifelong learning.
What is it for you is to save the humanity. That is what religion always preaches. Unless this is a local thing, as a regional spiritual thing, it's not international. It's only close society, and it's for Yoruba. Then you cannot say that it is the way forward. This is maybe it's way forward to Yoruba, but it's not like. Because Yoruba is not the only tribe in Africa, my friend. When we are talking about religion, we are talking about the whole collective way to have a one unity. It's not just my tribe.
Do you know that in African spirituality, there's no it's not like Christianity where they say everybody have to do the same thing, or everybody is born to do the same thing, or in Islam, no. Let me tell you, that's why in our spirituality, every man was born with his own consciousness, his own personal deity, which is your Ori, your guiding spirit. So every man was born with his own destiny. That's our belief. So the way we relate to God, right? The way they communicate with God when we do divination, right? It's not through like oh, the book of this thing say you must do this. The book of that say you must do that. And this chapter in the Quran say you must wear this. No, that's not the way it works in our spirituality. Our spirituality, if you want to know which way, individual, consult nature. You understand? And nature will tell you, this is your way in life. This is your way in life. We are two people practicing the same spirituality. We have two different paths in life. You understand? So African spirituality doesn't tell you it's one way.
So you means there are no rules and there are no regulations. Anyone can
There
say
are
this.
rules. There are rules to way life. Of course, there are basic rules where it's normal. Where hey, you don't do evil. You understand? You don't do bad to your fellow human. You understand? There, of course, that's that. But what I'm saying is, when I say your destiny in life, mean what you came to this world to do. Your DNA is different from the next person's DNA. That's what we believe. No two people have the same DNA. No two people have the same destiny. You may have similar destiny. So we communicate with God through dialogue, not monologue. You understand? Like in Christianity, it's a monologue. You just go and pray to God. There's no response. There's no tool for responding. Or Islam, you just pray to Allah every day. Allah doesn't say anything back to you. No, when we pray, when we go, we communicate with nature. We use things called tools, OB, all those things. We communicate with nature. We communicate with God directly. That's our differences. When the child is born, we do communications. We have an idea what a child's destiny is. Before we marry somebody, we do consults. If our spirit match that person, if our way and the other person's way matches. So we do communication. It's a dialogue with nature, with the universe, with God. So that's the difference. So there's no one way for everybody. We don't get together and say everybody must wear white this. Everybody must pat down every day. Everybody must look to this.
So what you are just confirming, right? That is the reason. What you are just confirming, you are confirming you don't worship one God.
No. Okay, go ahead. Tell me which part of my submission suggests I don't worship one God. Tell me.
That is why. I mean, at least you said Christianity worship God, mostly worship Allah. Allah is God. Anyway.
No, that's not what I said. Okay, I said, yeah, you worship Allah, and then we worship Olodumare. Yeah.
Because what you are just analyzing here, you are analyzing just a tribe in Nigeria, what they believe in. Now, you are expecting the Igbos to believe
it's the same with the Igbos. It's the same thing. Do you want me to tell you? Okay, go ahead.
There is no place in Igbo where they worship Oludumare. I don't know what you call it.
Chuku.
The Benin, they have their own deity.
Is it not? What's the?
Ijo have theirs. So this is what religion comes to eliminate. When the presence of God, everybody is worshiping just one God. If you are not worshiping that one God, then there is problem. So you are just coming it on this platform.
Okay, let me correct you. Very well.
Great point.
First,
great point.
Let me quickly correct you.
Because that would be a disaster to another conflict again, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because
no.
Then it's gonna be God. Your
Mike.
Can I quickly respond? Give me a second. I think you got it wrong.
Mike, I want to add something when you are done.
Give me 1 second. Let me just respond real quick. You got it all wrong. What we have is different language, but the same thing. There's no deity. I will go to Benin. You tell me you mention that deity, or I go to Igbo land. You mention that deity, and I cannot tell you the same deity, identical in Yoruba land. Do you know why? Because every deity is associated with the forces of nature. When I go to your land, you say this deity's name is this strange name in your language, and I ask you which nature forces of nature is Yasewi. You say lightning and thunder. In Igbo, that's Amadiora, the god of lightning and thunder. Guess what that means in Yoruba? I know that you're telling me about Shango. If I go to Benin, you name a deity and you say she's associated with the rivers. I know you're telling me in Yoruba, that's Oshun. We just have different languages. But in Africa, spirituality is the same across board. Even with the Egyptian spirituality, it's the same thing. It's the same. It's just different language. When you say one God, yeah, we have one God, the supreme God. In Igbo, they call it Chuku. In Benin, they call it Sanobua. In Yoruba, Olodumare, the supreme God. We have it. It's the same thing we're doing. Just have different languages. You understand? So it's kind of like when the only difference with Islam and everything is like you all have to speak Arabic. But Islam is left alone, taking the Arabic language away. Some places in the world we start practicing Islam, giving Allah a different name. Yeah.
Yeah, I heard you guys earlier when I was driving back. Someone was saying, why didn't you, practice Islam in your own, languages and stuff? Of course, we did. If you go back to during the Mali Empire, most of the script that's currently written in Timbuktu, that's lied there as we speak, that Islamic State was trying to destroy, were written by black Muslims, West African, in their own languages. So West African did practice and follow Islam, in the prehistoric days in their own languages, and but I think it's a new phenomenon. Let's bear one thing when it comes to Islam. Yeah, we got to remember the current head of the Islamic country of Saudi Arabia, the royal family, was installed there by the British. Right? There's a saying. The Commonwealth Empire was the Muslim empire. 1 second. Yeah, it was the Muslim empire. Because if you look at the Commonwealth Empire, the amount of Muslim countries beneath it and that actually was underneath it was quite huge. And the current royal family in Saudi Arabia, they was the one that introduced this type of Islam in the Muslim world. And they were the one that was installed there. When the British went there, they get these guys to kill the last bloodline of the Prophet, that was the royals of Saudi Arabia, that was practicing Islam the right way according to how the Prophet said, versus these guys that was installed there by the current by the British system. Yeah, so they came in after killing the last bloodline of the Prophet and took over Saudi Arabia. So they are the obviously head of the religion. And a lot of the books that's been coming out of Saudi Arabia over the years, it's been disputed by the Muslim world. So in a way, even though Islam is expanding, is a religion that's in conflict within itself, as we speak. So we got to bear that in mind. And also, I don't think we can it's only fair to point the finger on Islam as only, as the only negative religion in Africa. In fact, if you look at Christianity, the impact that it's still doing to us, as people in the world, is terrible. And traditional religion that we used to practice in Africa before Islam and Christianity came in, they had their own negative side of human sacrifice.
Human sacrifice. Explain that to me. Explain it.
Because a lot of African tradition, believe in human sacrifice.
Explain how they believe in human sacrifice. Tell me. I'll practice it. Tell me how I do human sacrifice.
He knows.
I don't. Obviously, you tell me. You said you know
are
it.
you talking about? Okay. I have a question for you. In the United States you live in, they have capital punishment, right? When you commit murder, they kill you, right?
No.
Wait. No. I'm telling you. Wait.
Capital punishment is a global phenomenon back in the days.
Okay. My question to you is this. Explain. Okay, since you have to know, if you want to say things, you have to know what you're talking about. You can't just say because you heard that they say they do human sacrifice.
No, it's not I heard. It's a fact.
Okay, tell me the practice. Okay, explain the part of. Okay, explain. I'm not saying they don't. Explain the part where they do it and explain why they do it, how they do it. Explain it.
I don't know if my this thing is clear.
Okay, I'll give you one example.
Wanted to put something there. Is it clear?
No, but one second before you interrupt.
Okay, go ahead.
I know.
Midwest can go.
Yeah, some cultures, some traditional religion in my part of the world, what they used to do, they used to sacrifice another human being, for power. That's one, right? Yeah, for power. It's not capital punishment. So don't twist the conversation or trying to defend.
No. I'm not saying it's capital. I didn't say it's capital punishment. I'm just telling you that in the whole world,
we are trying to have a honest conversation, right, Mike? I want us to keep it to that level. There are a lot of my religion that's I think it's very negative, and I think it's been very negative on our people, and other people's religion also. So that need to be discussed, right?
Yeah, they need to be discussed. And I'm trying to explain that to you, though. Like, first of all, let me clear one thing. I didn't say.
Religion also. That need to be